Chapter 139. King Yu. Sulwan regrets it. But what should I do? There's no turning back now. Yao Sulwan's tears soaked Yi Liyu's clothes. At this moment, Yao Sulwan knew that her chance had finally come. With Yi Liyu, she would have the ability to resist Yao Moen. Don't cry, this prince will help you. This prince won't let off anyone who harmed you. Sulwan, you're saying that Yao Moen bullied you. But according to what this prince knows, she really is an idiot. How is that possible? Yi Liyu slowly helped Yao Sulwan up from his embrace, his eyes filled with pity. Yao Moen isn't an idiot at all. She's extremely intelligent. It's her. It's her who killed Sulwan's mother and framed Sulwan several times. Prince, forget it, Sulwan doesn't want to fight anymore. As long as I can live on and see Prince from time to time, Sulwan is already satisfied. Yao Sulwan covered her mouth with her slender fingers as she lowered her eyes and wept. This prince came back this time for you. Everyone who bullied you, this prince will make them pay the price. Seeing his beloved woman crying so hard, Yi Liyu's heart burned with rage. Don't. You're not Yao Moen's match. Sulwan doesn't want Prince to end up like me. I beg Prince, don't provoke her. If anything happens to Prince, Sulwan won't be able to absolve myself of the guilt even if I die 10,000 times. Begged Yao Sulwan. Ha! Could it be that Yao Moen is a wolf or leopard? Even if she is, this prince will also beat her to death punch by punch. Leave this matter to this prince, you don't need to worry about it. Provoking Yi Liyu was a time-tested method, especially when he saw the woman he loved being wronged. Yi Liyu couldn't just stand by and watch. Prince, there's no need to say any more. This prince definitely won't change his mind once he's decided. Just wait and see how this prince will help you vent your anger, said Yi Liyu angrily. Only after Yi Liyu left did Yao Sulwan wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her lips curved into a smile. Just a few sentences and Yi Liyu was willing to become her sword. Yao Imo, your death is coming soon. The next day, a banquet to welcome Yi Liyu was held in the Imperial Garden. The large square pavilion was surrounded by red lanterns, illuminating the entire Imperial Garden as if it were daytime. The pavilion was filled with a dazzling array of delicacies and ambrosia. It was a sumptuous and luxurious banquet that no ordinary state banquet could compare to. Long before Yi Hongyi arrived, all of the concubines in the palace had already dressed themselves to the nines. Now that there were only 2 out of the 4 great noble consorts left, the other 2 empty seats became the targets of the concubines in the inner palace. Yi Junqing arrived before Yi Liyu. Just as he was about to sit down, he saw Yi Liyu stride in. 7th younger brother, how are you doing in Yuzhou province? In the end, they were still blood brothers. Back when Yi Junqing was the Grand Marshal of the Armed Forces, he had taken great care of Yi Liyu, so he was naturally happy to see him again. However, to Yi Junqing's surprise, Yi Liyu didn't even look at Yi Junqing after entering the pavilion. Even when Yi Junqing took the initiative to speak, Yi Liyu acted as if he didn't hear him and just sat down. Yi Junqing suppressed the awkwardness in his eyes and his heart chilled. He slowly sat down. Right at this moment, Yi Hongyi walked in holding Yao Moen's hand. Yao Moen happened to see this scene. It seemed that in the past 7 years, Yi Liyu hadn't improved in any other areas, but his temper had. Yao Moen snorted disdainfully. This concubine kowtows in salute to your majesty. This concubine kowtows in salute to your majesty. After a round of greetings, Yi Hongyi led Yao Moen to the main seat. Everyone, sit down. Today is a family banquet, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Yi Hongyi was in a great mood, so he gestured for everyone to sit down. Imperial older brother is right. Since it's a family banquet, some people shouldn't appear. A coarse voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked towards Yi Liu, only to find that he was looking straight at Yi Junqing. Liu, why do you still have this temper? What do you mean shouldn't appear? The people here are either your imperial sister-in-law or your imperial older brother. Who shouldn't appear? Yi Hongyi naturally understood what Yi Liu was referring to and pretended to scold him angrily. Of course it's. Yi Liu was just about to speak, but Yao Moen beat him to it. Your Majesty, isn't a family banquet where the whole family sits down to eat together? Then why didn't second older sister come? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Hongyi in confusion as she intentionally interrupted Yi Liu. Consort Li's maid said that she was sick, so she didn't come. Yi Hongyi gently scratched Yao Moen's nose as he said this. But wanna miss his second older sister. Yao Moen lowered her eyes in regret. And Bing Shan, call Consort Li over. Yi Hongyi immediately gave the order when he saw Yao Moen's regretful expression. When Yi Liu turned to look at Yao Moen, his gaze turned icy cold. It seemed that Sulwan was right. Imperial older brother truly doted on this idiot to the extreme. With just one sentence from her, even if Sulwan was sick, she still had to come. Yao Moen, this prince would like to see if you're really an idiot or just pretending to be one. Since Yao Moen had changed the topic, Yi Liu didn't bring it up again. He only glared at Yi Junqing before returning to his seat. The music started. Under the enchanting moonlight, the palace maids began to dance. They were like colorful butterflies that were about to flap their wings and fly away. They were like fairies that were stepping on the waves, light and elegant, exquisite and peerless. When the song ended, Yao Sulwan arrived late, wearing a red dress and supported by Mingyu. Sulwan kowtows in salute to your majesty. Yao Sulwan's face was slightly pale and her voice was weak. She didn't dare to look directly at Yi Hongyi and only carefully stood to the side after bowing respectfully. Yi Liu's heart ached when he saw Yao Sulwan's humble and nervous expression. She had once been such a proud woman, but now she had fallen into such dire straits. Second older sister, you're here. Hurry and come over. As Yao Moen spoke, she moved to get up, but Yi Hongyi gently pulled her back. Sit. Yi Hongyi's voice was cold as he casually gestured for Yao Sulwan to sit down. Yi Hongyi was starting to dislike Yao Sulwan more and more. If he could be sure that she hadn't told his secret to a third person, he would have sent Yao Sulwan to a place where he couldn't see her. Liu, you've been travel-worn all the way back, it's really been hard on you. But we're relieved that you're back. We now have another brother in the imperial city. Come, we'll drink a cup with you. Yi Hongyi turned to look towards Yi Liu. He trusted this younger brother a lot. After all, they had the same father and mother, so their relationship was naturally closer. According to palace rules, when His Majesty raised his cup, everyone had to drink together. However, when Yi Junqing raised his cup, Yi Liu suddenly spoke up. If esteemed prince wishes to drink with imperial older brother, then Liu won't join in the fun. Yi Liu's words were filled with sarcasm and disdain. When Yi Junqing heard this, he fell silent. In the end, he placed his cup back on the table, feeling a bit upset. Even though he was now a free person, he was still his imperial older brother. Liu, you must drink a few more cups tonight. We won't leave until we're drunk. When Yi Hongyi saw Yi Junqing's expression, his mood improved greatly. He immediately raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. At the side, Yao Moen's lips curved faintly as a cold light flashed through her eyes. Your Majesty, Warner wants to go fishing in Jade Lake, all right? Once Yi Hongyi put down his cup, Yao Moen suddenly pulled on his arm and begged. Fishing. Warner wants to eat fish. We'll just order the imperial kitchen to make it. Yi Hongyi gently stroked Yao Mowen's hair. He didn't feel that Yao Mowen's words were too sudden or inappropriate. Chapter 140. Warner doesn't want to eat fish. Warner just wants to see what a rainbow fish looks like. Second older sister didn't manage to catch it that day, so Warner will help second older sister catch it. The more Yao Mowen spoke, the more excited she became. She got up and was about to head towards Jade Lake when Yi Hongyi pulled her back into his arms. What rainbow fish? Consortly was lying to you. Yi Hongyi held Yao Mowen in his arms as he looked at the foolish woman he loved with heartache. He didn't know whether to laugh or to be angry. She was so gullible. Second older sister wouldn't lie. Yao Mowen pouted as she looked towards Yi Hongyi. Your Majesty. Sulwan didn't lie to you. Sulwan really did see the rainbow fish. At this time, Yao Sulwan could only say this. Her silence was equivalent to tacit agreement. Your Majesty, let Mowen go. Mowen really knows how to swim. Yao Mowen looked towards Yi Hongyi confidently. However, Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Sulwan solemnly. Since Consortly saw the fish, it should naturally be Consortly who catches it. Consortly, go now. If you can't catch it, then don't bother coming back, said Yi Hongyi coldly. His voice was as cold as an awl, leaving no room for negotiation. Imperial older brother. Yi Liu was just about to speak when Yao Sulwan stopped him. Sulwan will go right now. She'll definitely be able to catch it. Yao Sulwan was getting a little anxious. If Yi Liu spoke up for her, it would definitely arouse Yi Hongyi's suspicions. Rather than that, she might as well jump into Jade Lake again. That way, she could use this opportunity to wake up and also let Yi Liu see her pitiful state. That way, he would be enraged and kill Yao Mowen. As Yao Sulwan left the pavilion, the concubines at the table began to whisper amongst themselves. Most of them were gloating over her misfortune. After this, Yi Liu was no longer in the mood to cause trouble for Yi Junqing. He even answered Yi Hongyi's questions incoherently. No matter how delicious the delicacies were, they tasted like wax in his mouth. After returning to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Mowen spread out her arms and stretched. When she returned, Yao Sulwan still hadn't swum out of Jade Lake. Even though it was a scorching summer day, it was still nighttime and the lake water was cold. It looked like a small cold was unavoidable. You intentionally had Consortly jump into Jade Lake, asked Yi Junqing solemnly as he walked into the main hall. She's hot-headed. I'm just letting her go down to clear her head. It's good for her. Yao Mo Wan slowly walked to the table and took a sip of the tea Ting Yu had prepared beforehand. Even if Consortly has wronged you, there's no need for you to torment her like this. In the end, we're still sisters. Actually. Before Yi Junqing could finish speaking, Yao Mowen suddenly moved closer to him, her eyes flashing with a sharp light. Mowen doesn't have Prince's good temper. Yi Liu is practically riding on your neck, yet you've managed to endure it until now. Mowen truly admires you. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Liu was too arrogant, she wouldn't have tried to provoke him by torturing Yao Sulwan. However, Yao Mowen never expected that Yao Sulwan would have such a relationship with Yi Liu. If Mingyu hadn't sent her the news last night, she really wouldn't have known how to deal with Yi Liu. He wasn't like this before. Yi Junqing's eyes were dim and his voice was filled with undisguisable sorrow. That's because you used to be the Grand Marshal of the world's armed forces. There's a good saying that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and when the wall falls, everyone kicks it. Prince has truly experienced it this time, said Yao Mowen resentfully. Perhaps. Yi Junqing surprisingly didn't refute it. This was the truth and he had no reason to refute it. Prince has never actually thought about regaining control of the military. Yao Moen probed. That's very good. I don't have to think about anything and can pass my days leisurely. Many people can't even beg for this. Yi Junqing put away the dejection in his eyes and said this admiringly. Since Ma Xin didn't like him holding control of the military, he gave up. As long as Ma Xin could rest in peace in the underworld, anything was worth it. Sometimes when I look at Prince, you're so silly that it's cute. Yao Moen couldn't help but shake her head. She reflexively flicked Yi Junqing's high nose bridge. This seemingly casual action caused Yi Junqing to jump up like he'd stepped on a dog's tail. What are you doing? Yi Junqing rubbed his nose bridge hard as he looked towards Yao Moen in surprise. I'm expressing my friendliness. Prince doesn't like it. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing innocently, but her heart was in turmoil. That action just now had been so involuntary that she hadn't even thought about it. When she'd first been reborn, she only felt that she owed Yi Junqing. However, after interacting with him these past few days, Yao Moen discovered that the hidden feeling in her heart wasn't just guilt. As for what it was, she didn't dare to probe too deeply. She was afraid of getting the answer. I don't like it. I really don't like it, said Yi Junqing angrily. Then he turned and disappeared from Yao Moen's line of sight as if he was fleeing for his life. Yao Moen's expression only relaxed when she couldn't see Yi Junqing anymore. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. Master, after Yi Liu left the Imperial Garden, he went straight to Pure Flower's palace. By the time this subordinate returned, Yao Sulwan had already been fished out of the lake, reported Yin Shui. This time, Yao Sulwan's acting had reached its limit. I understand. You can leave. Yao Moen nodded slightly, then dragged her somewhat exhausted body back to the bedroom. She didn't know if it was because her actions last night had scared Yi Junqing, but he didn't appear at breakfast the next day. Instead, Yi Liu's appearance surprised Yao Moen. Yao Moen. You deserve to die. When Ting Yu saw Yi Liu charge into Guan Osprey Palace with a sword in hand, she immediately blocked his path. King Yu, you mustn't act recklessly. No matter what my master did wrong, you can't abuse your power in the inner palace. If His Majesty finds out, he'll blame you. Ting Yu anxiously tried to comfort her, then looked towards Yi Liu apprehensively. However, in the next second, Yi Liu kicked her to the ground. Pfff. Yi Liu's kick was so strong that Ting Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood. When Yao Moen saw the dark red blood on the ground, she was instantly filled with rage. Whoa! Ting Yu, why did you cough up blood? Does it hurt? Yao Moen immediately rushed to Ting Yu's side and rubbed the blood on her body and lips. Yao Moen! You evildoer! This prince will kill you today. Whenever Yi Liu thought about how Yao Sulwan had fainted from choking on the lake water and how her fever hadn't subsided, he wanted nothing more than to tear Yao Moen to pieces. Fortunately, Yao Moen had seen that azure figure the moment she was about to summon Yin Shui. Otherwise, if Yi Liu found out about Yin Shui's existence, it would be troublesome. Stop! When he saw Yi Liu's sword whistling towards Yao Moen, Yi Junqing felt his heart stop. That unprecedented fear almost suffocated him. Without any hesitation, Yi Junqing immediately threw out the Bodhi Jade. The Bodhi Jade broke into two halves from the friction between the blade, and Yi Liu instantly felt his hand go numb. The sharp sword fell to the ground. Yi Liu! What are you doing? Moen, are you all right? In a moment of desperation, Yi Junqing rushed to Yao Moen's side and helped her up. When he saw the blood on Yao Moen's clothes and the corner of her lips, Yi Junqing's eyes instantly turned cold and a terrifying rage surged from the bottom of his heart. Yi Junqing! Who do you think you are? You actually dare to block this prince's path? Scram! Today, this prince will definitely kill this evildoer. Yi Liu suddenly picked up the sword on the ground and stabbed it at Yao Moen. Almost at the same time, Yi Junqing stepped forward and accurately caught the tip of Yi Liu's sword with 2 fingers. With just a bit of strength, the sword instantly broke in 2. With Junqing here today, no one can think about acting presumptuously in Guan Osprey Palace. The cold voice seemed to contain a might that could destroy the world. Yi Liu couldn't help but be startled. He tightly gripped the sword hilt to prevent it from falling to the ground. Chapter 141. You're just a useless person without an official position. What right do you have to block this prince's path? Yi Liu shouted loudly but didn't dare to take another step forward. Yi Junqing flicked the tip of his sword away and looked towards Yi Liu. If you dare to charge forward again, Junqing will naturally tell you what right you have. Behind Yi Junqing, a trace of splendor flashed through Yao Moen's eyes. This was the Yi Junqing she knew. The domineering aura that came from his bones and looked down on the world was something that no one could fake. What happened? In the main hall, Yi Hongyi walked in with vicious steps. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Your Majesty. Wanner's so scared. He called Wanner a demon and wanted to kill Wanner. Wanner's in so much pain. Cough cough. The moment Yao Moen saw Yi Hongyi, she bit the corner of her lips and blood immediately gushed out. Wanner, you're bleeding. Is there anyone who can tell me what is going on? Yi Hongyi roared when he saw the blood on Yao Moen's body and lips. He glared at the 2 people standing in front of him. Imperial older brother, she's lying. I didn't hit her at all. She really isn't stupid. She's a liar. Yi Liu didn't seem to notice Yi Hongyi's anger. He fearlessly stepped forward and pointed a finger at Yao Moen. If you didn't hit her, where did this blood come from? Yi Liu. Don't think that just because you're our blood brother that you can do whatever you want. This is the inner palace and she's our woman, a noble consort. Who allowed you to barge in? Who allowed you to behave so atrociously in Guan Osprey Palace? Yi Hongyi shielded Yao Moen with his hands. The veins on his forehead were bulging and his eyes were bloodshot. Imperial older brother. Subject younger brother really didn't hit her. You have to believe Liu. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yi Junqing. He saw it with his own eyes. I didn't have time to kill her. Yi Liu had never seen Yi Hongyi so angry before. He panicked and blurted out. If subject younger brother hadn't arrived in time, Consort Yao would have definitely become a resentful ghost under King Yu's sword. Yi Junqing looked at Yi Liu coldly. Yi Junqing, enough. Yi Liu, listen up. From now on, you are not allowed to take a single step into Guan Osprey Palace without our permission. If there's a next time, we definitely won't let you off so easily. An imperial physician. And Bing Shan, hurry and call the imperial physician. After Yi Hongyi said this, he immediately picked up Yao Moen who was at his side and strode into the inner room. At the side, Yi Junqing turned to help Tingyu out of Guan Osprey Palace. He wasn't sure if Yi Liu would vent his anger on Tingyu with his temper. At this moment, Yi Liu was the only one left standing in the main hall. He had heard that Yao Moen was favored, but he never imagined that Yao Moen would be favored to this extent. No matter what, he was His Majesty's younger brother, but His Majesty only trusted Yao Moen and didn't even suspect her at all. At this moment, he finally understood why Yao Sulwan had fallen to such a state. It was really because Yao Moen was too treacherous. That night, when Yi Liu sneaked into Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan had just woken up. Sulwan, how are you? Yi Liu worriedly walked to the side of the bed and held Yao Sulwan's hand. As he looked at her face that was red from the cold, Yi Liyu's heart ached. The imperial physician has already given me medicine, so I should be fine. Why is Yao Moen so ruthless? I've already avoided her at every turn, but she still won't let me off. What should I do? What should I do? Yao Suwan sobbed sorrowfully. Yao Moen is truly crafty. This prince went to look for her this morning and clearly only kicked the palace maid. Who would have thought that she would frame this prince for hitting her in front of imperial older brother? But imperial older brother, he didn't even bother to investigate the truth and pushed all the blame onto this prince. Whenever Yi Liyu thought of what had happened this morning, he would feel a lump in his throat and feel extremely uncomfortable. He had put in so much effort to help imperial older brother ascend to the throne. Even the scars on his face had been left because he had tried to save imperial older brother, but in the end, he wasn't as trustworthy as a fool. How could he not be angry? Prince went to Guan Osprey Palace. How could Prince be so impulsive? If something had really happened, what would Sulwan have done? Yao Sulwan nervously pulled on Yi Liyu's hand as her eyes glistened. This prince just couldn't stand it. She was clearly trying to mess with you last night. What rainbow fish? That's just an excuse, said Yi Liyu hatefully. Sulwan is already used to it. Prince, please don't provoke her in the future. All right. Yao Sulwan was extremely disappointed. She hadn't been able to kill Yao Moen the first time, so Yi Hongyi wouldn't give Yi Liyu a second chance. What's worse is that cripple, Yi Junqing. If it wasn't for him, Yao Moen would have already gone to the underworld to report. Didn't they say that his martial arts had been wasted? Yi Liyu subconsciously clenched his fists. The area between his thumb and forefinger started to ache. It's the esteemed prince again. When Yao Sulwan heard this, she suddenly had an idea. What do you mean by it again? Yi Liyu could hear the surprise in Yao Sulwan's voice. What do you want Sulwan to say? His Majesty shouldn't have allowed the esteemed prince to stay in Guan Osprey Palace. Everyone knows that the esteemed prince was deeply in love with the Empress. Ever since the Empress died, the esteemed prince has abandoned himself to despair and has been living a befuddled life. Now that he's living with the Empress's younger sister, it's hard to avoid. Yao Sulwan looked troubled and hesitated. You're suspecting that Yi Junqing and Yao Moen are having an affair? Yi Liyu's eyes widened as he looked towards Yao Sulwan in confusion. You can't say something like that carelessly, it could lead to death. Sulwan only dares to say this to Prince. After all, in other people's eyes, Yao Moen is an idiot. How could the esteemed prince possibly like an idiot? However, Sulwan and Prince both know that Yao Moen's stupidity is just an act. Yao Sulwan chose her words carefully to make them sound believable. How dare you? Yao Moen, that slut, actually dares to fool around behind imperial older brother's back. Yao Moen. Yi Junqing, as long as I find evidence, this prince will definitely make it so that you'll never be able to rise again. Yi Liyu growled through gritted teeth. Prince, Sulwan is only saying this because I don't want Prince to continue provoking Yao Moen. Not only does she have His Majesty's support, she also has the esteemed prince's protection. It's easier said than done if you want to touch her. If anything happens to Prince, Sulwan's heart will ache. Yao Sulwan's eyes were filled with tears as she gripped Yi Liyu's hand tightly. You're finally willing to feel heartache for this prince. That's great. It looks like this prince made the right decision to come back this time. As long as you're willing, once this prince is done with Yao Moen and Yi Junqing, this prince will definitely beg imperial older brother to bestow you to this prince. Sulwan, it won't be long before we can be together openly. Yi Liyu was extremely excited when he saw the deep love in Yao Sulwan's eyes. After waiting for 7 years, Yao Sulwan had finally responded. Prince. Yao Sulwan never expected Yi Liu to have such an absurd thought. What kind of person was Yi Hongyi? Even if he abandoned his woman, he definitely wouldn't give her to someone else to enjoy. However, Yao Sulwan didn't say anything. She couldn't dispel Yi Liu's enthusiasm. Everything could only wait until Yao Moan was dealt with. In a room on the right side of Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan looked coldly at the unconscious Tingyu on the bed. Her hands were clenched into fists as a cold light flashed through her eyes. Tingyu, this consort said that no matter if it's you or Lu Xing, from the day you started following this consort would protect you. Since Yi Liu injured you today, this consort will make him pay tenfold. Rest well. Once you wake up, you'll naturally see this consort's sincerity. Yao Moan's eyes were cold. She stayed there for a long time before returning to the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moan, have you been scared silly by him? Why didn't you call in Shui? The moment Yao Moan stepped into the main hall, she saw Yi Junqing rush over angrily. Chapter 142. He was going to raid the house. In that sort of situation, calling Yin Shui out would only alert the enemy. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Yao Moan actually felt a trace of happiness when she heard Yi Junqing's reprimand. The losses wouldn't make up for the gains. If people found out that you were killed by someone with third-rate martial arts despite having the Yin family's hidden guards, that would be the true loss. Yi Junqing said disapprovingly. Is Prince concerned about Moan? Yao Moan lifted her brows as the corners of her lips lifted slightly and her eyes curved. This prince is thinking Yin Shui's future. If people found out that Yin Shui's master died such a tragic death, she wouldn't be able to live in the future. Yi Junqing realized that he was being a bit too nervous, so he immediately turned around and explained in a calm manner. Yin Shui, hurry up and thank the esteemed prince. It's rare for the esteemed prince to think of others. Yao Moan called out teasingly. Thank you, prince. The ghostly voice reverberated in the air above Guan Osprey Palace. It was impossible to find the source of the voice. You don't thank people who should be thanking. Yi Junqing muttered quietly. He had saved Yao Moan's life, so why didn't she say a word of thanks? What is Prince talking about? Yao Moan walked lightly to Yi Junqing's side and leaned over to ask this. Ahem. Nothing much. Let's eat. Why isn't there anyone serving rice? Where is everyone? Yi Junqing felt his heart race when he felt the warm breath on his face. In order to hide his embarrassment, he immediately picked up the bowl of rice, but Yao Moan took it from him in the next second. What are you doing? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan in surprise. Tingyu was heavily injured by Yi Liu and is still unconscious. There aren't any other palace maids in Guan Osprey Palace, so Moan will be the one serving Prince's meal. Just treat it as a way to thank Prince for saving her life. Prince, don't worry, Moan never owes favors. Moan will find a chance to return this favor to Prince, so Prince, please don't make Moan devote herself to you just because of this. Said Yao Moan as she pushed the bowl of porridge to Yi Junqing. You don't have a fever, right? Would this prince force you to devote yourself to me? If it weren't for the fact that you're Ma Xin's younger sister, this prince wouldn't bother with other people's business. Said Yi Junqing disapprovingly with a flushed face. Oh. Yao Sulwan is also eldest sister's younger sister. Why didn't Wang Yi jump into Jade Lake to save her that night? I heard that her fever is not light. Yao Moan tossed a few pieces of pastries to Fluffy and Jewel, then looked towards Yi Junqing to wait for his reply. How can she be the same? At some point, Yao Moan was the only sister left in Yi Junqing's eyes. Your Highness has said so much, but this is the most pleasing to the ear. Since they weren't born from the same mother, they were different. That was why even if the Prince of Yu acted so arrogantly in Guan Osprey Palace, the Emperor didn't do anything to him. However, Moen can't swallow this, said Yao Moen carelessly. What do you want? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Of all the people Yi Liu could have offended, he just had to offend this god of pestilence. It looks like he's out of luck. They are not born from the same mother. Your Highness, don't worry about it. It seemed like Yao Moen had been waiting for him all along. Yi Junqing was extremely speechless. Yao Moen's current smile in particular caused his hair to stand on end. He naturally couldn't care too much about it. He could only hope that Yi Liu could pray for himself. After breakfast, Yao Moen summoned Yin Shui. After giving her a few simple instructions, she left the imperial palace with Lu Xing and returned to Prime Minister Yao's residence. It had been a long time since she had returned, so as his daughter, she had to congratulate her father on having a son. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi glanced at Yi Liu, who had been standing in front of the dragon table for almost an hour. In the end, he tossed the brush aside and sighed. Liu, we really don't understand. How did Consort Yao offend you? Why do you have to make things difficult for her? She's just an idiot. She's already very pitiful, yet you actually used a sword to kill her. What were you thinking? Whenever he thought about how Yao Moen had curled up in his arms and trembled in fear that day, Yi Hongyi couldn't help but curse at Yi Liu. Imperial older brother, what do I have to say for you to believe me? That Yao Moen isn't stupid at all. She was just pretending. That day, I didn't hit her at all. Yi Liu still wanted to argue, but Yi Hongyi stopped him. We don't want to hear any more of this. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Yi Hongyi firmly believed that Yao Moen was an idiot. Compared to Yi Liu's Arabian Nights, he trusted his own eyes more. Alright, this younger brother won't mention Yao Moen. Instead, let's talk about Yi Junqing. Why didn't Imperial older brother just kill him? Leaving him alive is just a scourge. Not only that, Imperial older brother even let him live in Guan Osprey Palace. Don't forget, he's always been in love with the Empress. Now he's letting him live with the Empress's younger sister. Before Yi Liu could finish, Yi Hongyi slammed the table and stood up. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Yi Liu. We said before, you're not allowed to mention the Empress in front of us. Don't think that just because you're our younger brother, you can do whatever you want. Get out. Yi Hongyi abruptly pointed at the palace doors, his eyes filled with coldness. Yi Liu wanted to say something, but when he saw Yi Hongyi's cold gaze, he swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue. The moment the palace doors closed, Yi Hongyi's eyes turned even colder. His hands clenched into fists. In the next second, he angrily threw all the memorials on the table onto the ground. After a long while, he finally sat back down on the dragon throne. Yao Maxin, you're already dead. You won't be able to torture us anymore. Never again. After leaving the imperial study, Yi Liu was still puzzled. Why did Imperial older brother avoid mentioning Yao Maxin so much? Perhaps it was because he couldn't bear to part with her. After all, everyone could see how hard Yao Maxin had worked for Imperial older brother's ascension to the throne. If it wasn't for Yao Maxin, there wouldn't be the current Imperial older brother. Yi Liu never denied this. If it weren't for Yi Junqing, he might have respected this Imperial sister-in-law even more. Just as Yi Liu was pondering this, a young eunuch rushed to Yi Liu's side. Reporting to you, Prince, the steward of you Prince residence is currently waiting at the palace gates. He says that something big has happened in you Prince residence and he wants you to hurry back, reported the young eunuch while panting. Something happened. What happened? Yi Liu's black brows were tightly furrowed. The scars on his face seemed especially sinister under the sunlight. This servant doesn't know either, replied the young eunuch respectfully. Yi Liu didn't say anything and quickened his footsteps. A bad premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. For most people, bad premonitions were always the most accurate, and Yi Liu was clearly one of them. When Yi Liu opened the gates of Yu Prince's residence, he froze in place. The scene before him was a complete mess. All of the servants were lying on the ground with bitter expressions on their faces. They were vomiting blood and their limbs were twitching. What's going on? Yi Liu's brows were tightly knitted together as he stepped into the residence in disbelief. It was as if the entire residence had just experienced a calamity. Aside from the servants who were lying on the ground moaning in pain, all of the flowers and trees in the residence had been uprooted. All of the antiques in every room had been smashed to pieces. What was even more intolerable was that even the hunting dog he kept in the back courtyard had been heavily injured. Stewardly. What's going on? Yi Liu's face was completely red as he roared. His hands were clenched into fists that occasionally made cracking sounds and the veins on his forehead looked like they could burst at any moment. Replying Prince. This old servant doesn't know either. When this old servant returned from the money house, the residence was already like this. Stewardly spoke in a trembling voice, his face ashen. Even the stupidest person could guess that Prince must have offended someone outside that he shouldn't have, which was why he was being targeted. However, he just couldn't figure out who would have the guts to attack Yu Prince's residence when his master was the current emperor's younger brother. Chapter 143. Preposterous. Who was it? Who was it? Yi Liu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Right at this moment, a figure flashed by. Before Yi Liu could react, Stewardly was already lying on the ground, coughing up blood and curling up in pain. Come out! Come out! Ah! Yi Liu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared madly. He pulled out his sword and swung it with all his might. Aside from Yi Liu's bestial howls, there was no other sound in the large residence. Yi Liu roared until he was completely exhausted, but that figure didn't appear again. When he saw the blood on the ground and the mess in the courtyard, Yi Liu threw his sword to the ground. No matter who it was, he definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Inside Prime Minister Yao's residence, Yao Moan leaned over and pressed her ear against Li Qingqing's bulging belly, her lips occasionally curling. Little brother is moving. Yao Moan stood up happily and said excitedly. Isn't that so? He's so happy. Sometimes, he kicks so much that this subject's wife can't even sleep at night. This subject's wife has suffered a lot for Master's son. Li Qingqing rubbed her belly proudly, her face flushed red. Suffered. Yao Zhenting was just short of placing Li Qingqing on the ancestral tablet. Li Qingqing's food and drink were no less than the imperial concubines. That's right, being pregnant is so tiring. D mother has worked hard. Warner doesn't know what D mother likes, so I brought a lot of pastries from the palace. Lu Xing, hurry and bring them over. Yao Moan looked towards Li Qingqing sincerely and silently cursed that Li Qingqing was truly a ruthless person. She was clearly pregnant with a bastard child, but she could still claim credit so confidently. At the door, Lu Xing immediately walked up and placed the food box on the table, then took out a lot of exquisite pastries. Although the food from the palace is good, this subject isn't hungry yet. Have the kitchen make me a bowl of blood swallow stew. Tell them that young master is thirsty. Li Qingqing glanced at the pastries on the table in disgust, then glanced at the maid beside her. At the side, Yao Moan pursed her lips into a faint smile. If she hadn't been an idiot, Li Qingqing wouldn't have dared to be so impudent. However, she didn't mind. The more Li Qingqing acted like this, the happier she was. Just as Zhu left the room, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious satin ran in, sweating profusely. "Little sister. You have to save Big Brother this time. Otherwise, Big Brother is dead." The man had a wretched appearance. His cheekbones were protruding, his nose was flat, and his beady eyes were glowing like a mouse's. At this moment, the man was sweating profusely as he held Li Qingqing's hand, gasping for breath as he begged. "What did you do this time?" Li Qingqing frowned as she looked at her disappointing brother and angrily asked. "Someone's dead. Widow Zhao, she. I didn't expect her to be so strong-willed. I was just playing around, but she actually used a knife to threaten me. I slipped up and..." Li Jian said in annoyance and regret. "Seriously, if you want a woman, go to Happy Spring Brothel. There are plenty of women there for you to choose from, but you just had to go provoke a widow. Forget it, isn't it just a widow? Just throw a few pieces of silver at her house and send her off." Li Qingqing flung Li Jian's hand away and said arrogantly. "That won't do. The Zhao family has made a big fuss. They're going to report this to the authorities. Right now, the Li residence is completely blocked by them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run over to your place." Li Jian looked at Li Qingqing with a pleading expression. "Report to the authorities. Is the Zhao family stupid? Don't they know that your brother-in-law, my husband, is a first-rank prime minister?" Li Qingqing said resentfully as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. "You mean brother-in-law can help me this time?" When Li Jian heard this, his bitter expression immediately smoothed out. He ran over to Li Qingqing and began to massage her shoulders and back. "Of course. You're his son's biological uncle." Li Qingqing had a proud expression as she caressed her bulging belly. In the eyes of these siblings, Yao Moan was like air that couldn't enter their eyes. At this moment, Yao Moan was leisurely sitting at the side and watching coldly. She also really wanted to know if her father would help Li Jian with this. Speak of the devil. The first thing Yao Zhenting did when he stepped into the residence after leaving court was to see his unborn son. "Master, you've returned." When Li Qingqing saw Yao Zhenting enter the room, she immediately stood up and walked over with her belly puffed out. "Madam, please sit. Don't disturb the baby. The doctor said that the child will be in labor in a few days. Madam must rest well so that you'll have the strength to give birth." Yao Zhenting carefully helped Li Qingqing back to the chair. When he looked up, he finally noticed Yao Moan's presence. This old man kowtows in salute to consort Yao. Ever since he became enemies with Yao Sulwan, Yao Zhenting was still rather respectful towards Yao Moan. "Father, please get up. What one can't accept the most is father's kowtows." One Yao Moan wanted to say a few more greetings but was stopped by Li Qingqing. "Master, you have to help older brother this time. That Zhao family is too shameless. That widow Zhao clearly sought death herself, but they just have to blame it on older brother. Right now, those unruly commoners are blocking our Li residence. Look at this." Li Qingqing pulled Yao Zhenting with both hands and said coquettishly. When Yao Zhenting heard this, his sharp eyes shot towards the trembling Li Jian. His expression was grave, but he didn't say anything. "Master. Qingqing swears that this matter has nothing to do with older brother. You have to help older brother." Li Qingqing was a bit anxious. In the past, as long as she spoke, Yao Zhenting would immediately agree, but this time was an exception. "Come out with this old man." Yao Zhenting's voice was cold as he said sternly. When Li Jian heard this, his legs began to tremble even more and he looked towards Li Qingqing for help. "Master, this concubine is begging you. This concubine only has this one older brother. If anything happens to him, this concubine doesn't want to live anymore. Son. Mother has let you down. Woo-woo. As Li Qingqing spoke, tears began to fall. Just as she was about to kneel, Yao Zhenting helped her up. "Madam, don't cry, this isn't good for the child." Yao Moan couldn't help but snort disdainfully when she saw Yao Zhenting's distressed expression. "Yao Zhenting, shouldn't this be your retribution for someone else's son?" "Ah, it hurts. Master, this concubine's stomach hurts." Li Qingqing's brows were tightly furrowed as she curled up in Yao Zhenting's embrace, trembling incessantly. "All right. This old man agrees. Hurry and get up, don't hurt the child." Yao Zhenting finally compromised. "It's true. Master, this concubine is going to give birth, oh." Li Qingqing felt an unbearable pain in her lower abdomen and her forehead was drenched in cold sweat. When Yao Zhenting heard this, he looked down and saw the blood around Li Qingqing's ankle. "Someone come. Hurry and call the midwife, Madam is going to give birth." After Yao Zhenting shouted in pleasant surprise, the entire Yao Xiang Fu became a mess. The maids and servants ran back and forth in a mess. 3 or 4 midwives were in Li Qingqing's room to help her give birth. Yao Zhenting's hands were clenched as he paced back and forth in front of the door, occasionally glancing inside anxiously. At this moment, Yao Moan was standing in a corner with Lu Xing's support. She had really come at the right time to actually make it in time for Li Qingqing to give birth. Wah! A crisp sound came from the room. Before Yao Zhenting could react, the midwife had already opened the door. "Congratulations, Master, congratulations, Master, it's a young master." After hearing the midwife's good news, Yao Zhenting immediately rushed into the room while laughing loudly. "Nyang Nyang, are we going in as well?" asked Lu Xing in a low voice. "Of course, Ben Gong is that child's aunt." Yao Moan's lips curved slightly and her eyes were full of smiles. Inside the room, Yao Zhenting was hugging the newborn child lovingly and grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 144. On the bed, an exhausted Li Qingqing leaned against the bed frame with the help of a midwife. "Bowen looks so much like Master," Li Qingqing said weakly, her eyes filled with motherly love. For a moment, Yao Moan suddenly recalled how Yao Sulwan had personally taken saffron to frame Huan Kaier. If she didn't hate her, why would she kill her own child with her own hands? Bowen. Yao Zhenting looked towards Li Qingqing with the baby in his arms. "Master, you've forgotten. This is the name that Scholar Wu chose for the child." This concubine asked Master about it, reminded Li Qingqing. "That's right, Bowen is good, this old man's little Bowen." Yao Zhenting nodded in understanding. At the side, Yao Moan laughed involuntarily. Li Qingqing was truly daring. Not only did she have an affair with Wu Zicheng to give birth to a bastard child, she even brazenly had Wu Zicheng choose a name for the child. They really treated a tiger as a sick cat. "Master, then what about older brother?" On the bed, Li Jian kept winking at his younger sister. "We'll talk about this later. Yao Tu, take him to arrange a place to stay." Yao Zhenting didn't even look at Li Jian as he casually ordered. "But..." Li Qingqing opened her mouth unwillingly but was stopped by Yao Zhenting. "You just gave birth. Rest first. Serve your master well. Bowen, are you hungry? Father will take you to your room right now and let you eat your fill." As early as when Li Qingqing was pregnant, Yao Zhenting had ordered people to renovate the room on the left side of the main room and hired 4 or 5 wet nurses to be on standby. At this moment, Yao Zhenting had already left Li Qingqing's room with the baby in his arms. "Master! Don't go! Master!" No matter how Li Qingqing called out, Yao Zhenting didn't turn around. At the side, Yao Moan couldn't help but sigh. Did Li Qingqing not understand? After giving birth, she had already been removed from the ancestral tablet by Yao Zhenting. Getting rid of the donkey after it was no longer of use was father's style. After leaving Yao Xiangfu, Yao Moan called Lu Xing to her side. Lu Xing, take 1,000 taels to bribe the Zhao family and have them go directly to Huan Heng's Fu to complain. A despicable bastard like Li Jian deserves to die 1,000 times over. This servant will go now. Even if he didn't ask for the reason, Lu Xing could guess a thing or two. Because of Huan Kaier's matter, Huan residents and Yao residents had already become enemies. Even if the Zhao family jumped ranks and reported this, as long as they knew that this matter was related to Yao residents, Huan Heng would definitely use this opportunity to vent his anger. On the way back to the palace, Yao Moan lazily leaned against the sedan chair. She suddenly couldn't wait to see Yao Xinting's expression when he found out that Yao Boan wasn't his biological son. That would definitely be an extremely beautiful scene. If only her mother could see this scene. Just as Yao Moan got off the sedan chair, Ting Yu, who seemed to have been waiting at the palace gates for a long time, rushed over. Ting Yu, why did you come out? Does your chest still hurt? Yao Moan looked towards Ting Yu worriedly. This servant is fine. Your Highness, Consort Li is waiting for you inside. Yao Moan was slightly startled when she heard this. She lifted her brows and looked towards Lu Xing. Do you know where she went today? She went to the imperial study. When she came out, her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had been crying. This was what Ting Yu had heard. I understand. Stay here and guard. Don't let anyone in, ordered Yao Moan coldly, then stepped into Guan Osprey Palace. It was the height of summer after the rain. The warm wind carried the scent of earth. In the pear garden on the left, a swing was lifted and a crimson dress fluttered in the wind. Wana remembers that His Majesty once said that without his decree, you can't enter Guan Osprey Palace as you please. Yao Moan walked leisurely to the swing and casually swung it a few times. This is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you making Ben Gong jump into Jade Lake, Ben Gong really wouldn't know how to wake up and wouldn't have been able to bury the hatchet between His Majesty and Ben Gong. If it wasn't for His Majesty telling Ben Gong to keep you company, Ben Gong wouldn't have bothered to come. Yao Sulwan harumphed coldly as she looked towards Yao Moan, then walked down from the swing. Then congratulations, second older sister. You finally don't have to pretend to be an idiot anymore. Today really is a double blessing. That Madam Li from Prime Minister Fu gave birth to a son for father. You didn't see how happy father was, even Warner was a bit jealous. Yao Moan slowly sat down on the swing and tapped her toes on the ground as she looked towards Yao Sulwan. Now you know that in father's eyes, you and I are no different. We're both just tools for him to stabilize his career. Whenever Yao Sulwan thought of how heartless father was towards mother and how cold he was towards her, she would feel hatred from the bottom of her heart. Even if it's a tool, there are still good and bad ones. Weren't you already abandoned by father? Said Yao Sulwan lightly. Ben Gong will let him know how to write the word regret sooner or later. Yao Sulwan gnashed her teeth and roared. Returning to the main topic, you couldn't possibly have really listened to His Majesty and only came to see me, right? If that's the case, then you've already seen it. You can leave now. She already didn't have anything to say to Yao Sulwan. All she had was the joy of a cat slowly torturing a mouse after catching it. No matter how you found out about Yao Moxin's cause of death, Ben Gong still has to remind you that you're playing with fire. With just you, you'll never be able to get revenge because your enemy is the emperor who stands above tens of thousands of people. As long as His Majesty finds out about your goal in getting close to him and finds out about your evil deeds, then your death will be even more miserable than Yao Moxin's. Even more miserable. Yao Sulwan walked to Yao Moan's side step by step and bent down to whisper into Yao Moan's ear. She was probing Yao Moan. She needed to confirm just how much Yao Moan knew and how she knew. As long as she grasped this, she would expose Yao Moen's scheme in front of Yi Hongyi. At that time, no matter how much Yi Hongyi loved Yao Moen, he wouldn't allow her to continue living. Second older sister, you're actually very smart, but too smart. Wana remembers that you once said that unless eldest sister came back from the dead, how would I know how she died? Do you think it's possible for eldest sister to come back from the dead? Yao Moen stopped swinging and slowly got up. Her deep eyes were like two black holes that tightly sucked Yao Sulwan in. Yao Sulwan really wanted to shift her gaze away but discovered that she couldn't. Impossible. Yao Sulwan shook her head. After Yao Moshin died, she had personally examined her body and personally set fire to the cold palace. There were no miracles in this world. Even if there were, it definitely wouldn't happen to Yao Moshin. So second older sister, you're really thinking too much. Moen's only enemy is you because you and your mother used the most despicable methods to kill my mother. Yao Moen smiled faintly. That smile caused Yao Sulwan's hair to stand on end. Then why did you plot against His Majesty to break off relations with Xie Zhong and Huan Heng? Also, do you dare to say that Yu Qing and Yu Funing's disappearance had nothing to do with you? Yao Sulwan forcefully suppressed her fear of fleeing as she questioned sternly. I can't say that it was completely unrelated. Wana was the one who did what happened to Huan Heng, but second older sister should know that Yao Er was only trying to frame you. Wana already told second older sister about the saffron, right? Yao Moen used the most gentle voice to remind Yao Sulwan of the cruelest truth. But that day, you were clearly spying on us from outside Ordnance Palace. And before Yu Funing disappeared, you went to Fragrant Steps Pavilion several times to eat. This consort saw all of this with my own eyes, you wouldn't deny it, right? Aside from framing her, Yao Moen had also had White Brow, that demon, deceive her. That was why she had decided to abandon the child in her womb. She would settle this debt with Yao Moen sooner or later. Chapter 145. Who isn't curious? Wasn't the First Lady also outside Ordnance Palace? As for going to Fragrant Steps Pavilion to eat, it was actually because Yu Funing had ulterior motives. She'd been envious of Yi Junqing for a long time. This is a secret, but it's fine to tell you. You shouldn't be stupid enough to tell His Majesty. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she sat down leisurely. Why can't this consort tell His Majesty? Asked Yao Sulwan. It's very simple. Yu Funing has already gone far away. Everyone knows that Yi Junqing admires His Majesty, so he no longer cares about His Majesty's attitude. If you tell His Majesty, you'll only make His Majesty unhappy and he might even take his anger out on you. There's no benefit in doing so. Yao Moen raised her fingers and carelessly brushed away the pear blossoms on the stone table. Yao Moen, even though you have a glib tongue, this consort doesn't believe a single word you say. One day, this consort will prove everything in front of His Majesty and make you unable to hide anything. Yao Sulwan hadn't expected Yao Moen to be so tight-lipped. No matter how she tried, Yao Moen refused to say anything about knowing the truth about Yao Moshin's death. Alright, Moen is really looking forward to that day. However, Moen has something to advise second older sister. It's rare to find someone who's sincere to you, so don't let them down. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Yao Moen looked towards Yao Sulwan meaningfully. Birds of a feather flocked together. She and Yi Liu were truly a match made in heaven. This consort doesn't know what nonsense you're talking about. Yao Sulwan forced herself to remain calm, but she was inwardly hesitant. Could it be that Yao Moen knew about her and Yi Liu? That was impossible. Their relationship was extremely secretive. No one could possibly know. Since second older sister doesn't understand, then just pretend Moen never said anything. Does second older sister plan on staying for the meal? Of course, if second older sister isn't afraid that Moen might poison the food, then Moen is willing to have a good drink with second older sister. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yao Sulwan. Her gaze was pure and innocent. This was the sort of gaze Yao Sulwan hated the most. Yao Sulwan snorted coldly, then left Guan Osprey Palace. Once Yao Sulwan left, Yao Moen let out a long sigh. Things were really different now that she had someone to rely on. She actually dared to cause trouble in her Guan Osprey Palace. If it weren't for the fact that she'd been busy with Xie Xin's matter, how could Yao Sulwan possibly have such a good time? Since you've taken the initiative to come here, Moen will play a round with you. This round, Moen promises to let you play to your heart's content. During dinner, Yi Junqing picked up the porcelain bowl. After hesitating for a long time, he put it back down and looked towards Yao Moen. You were the one behind the incident at Yuangfu. Although Yi Junqing was already certain, he still wanted confirmation from Yao Moen. Of course not. Moen is delicate and weak. Moen wouldn't be able to do something so violent. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing innocently. Yin Shui wasn't strong either. Even a dog wasn't spared. You guys did such a good thing, yet this prince has to take the blame. If it weren't for the fact that this prince's former subordinates were protecting the esteemed prince residence, Yi Liu would have definitely destroyed this prince's residence. Do you know that this prince's former subordinate has already resigned because of this? This prince has let him down, so you can say that you owe him. Yi Junqing wasn't surprised that Yao Moen had sent Yin Shui to destroy Yuangfu. Given Yao Moen's personality, this was already considered a light punishment. In reality, with a hidden guard like Yin Shui, no matter how arrogant she was, it wouldn't be too much. Of course, he didn't care that Yi Liu had pinned him as the main culprit. What he cared about was that former subordinate and the Su Prince residence's servants and steward. Then does Prince know how Zhao Shuo found out that Yi Liu was going to raid your residence? Yao Moen picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her mouth. It was fried until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. How did you know it was Zhao Shuo? You were the one who informed him. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in realization. He suddenly felt that this woman was too mysterious. She seemed to be able to see the past and see the future. There was probably nothing in this world that Yao Moen didn't know about, nor was there anything that could escape her grasp. Living under the same roof with a woman like this was a huge blow to Yi Junqing's self-confidence. He had always thought that he had the ability to devise strategies and determine victory from 1,000 miles away, but after meeting Yao Moen, he began to hesitate. Don't worry, Zhao Shuo naturally has a good place to go. As for the people of the esteemed prince residence, if Yi Liu dares to touch a single hair on them, I, Yao Moen, promise you that I will pluck out all the hair on him and everyone in his residence. I won't even let that dog off, said Yao Moen resolutely. Ahem, eat. Yi Junqing knew that Yao Moen wasn't exaggerating. She had always been this tough. However, this was going to be difficult for Yin Shui. This was going to be very difficult. In the imperial study, Yi Liu's fists were clenched so tightly that they were cracking. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the expressionless Yi Hongyi. Imperial older brother. You're just going to let Yi Junqing bully me like this? You didn't see the miserable state of the Yu Prince residence. He was just short of holding a knife to my neck, roared Yi Liu. If you weren't our younger brother, there would definitely be a knife held to your neck right now. His cold voice was laced with icy anger. Ever since he ascended to the throne, no one had dared to act so impudently in front of him other than that old bastard Xie Zhong. If Imperial older brother had known this would happen, why would you have transferred me back to suffer like this? Yi Liu sensed Yi Hongyi's baleful aura and his voice instantly became much softer. How do you know that this was definitely Yi Junqing's doing? He has no reason to. Yi Hongyi glanced at Yi Liu disapprovingly. Of course it was him. Other than him, who else would dare to behave atrociously in my Prince residence? As for the reason, it's because I injured a palace maid of Guan Osprey Palace. Yi Liu swore confidently. Isn't this explanation a little too far-fetched? Would Yi Junqing go against you for the sake of a palace maid? Also, even if everyone in the imperial city dared to behave atrociously in your residence, Yi Junqing wouldn't dare. Or rather, he doesn't have the intention to. Right now, he's no different from a living dead person. In Yi Hongyi's opinion, the fact that Yi Junqing was able to live so comfortably in Guan Osprey Palace proved this point. Imperial older brother. Forgive this subject brother for being so bold, but if Yi Junqing loves Yao Maxin so much, why didn't he die with her? That's because he's transferred all his feelings for Yao Maxin to Yao Moen. The reason he destroyed my Prince residence was to get revenge for Yao Moen. Yi Liu fearlessly revealed his thoughts, but all he got in return was a murderous glare from Yi Hongyi. Get out! Yi Hongyi pointed at the door. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from killing Yi Liu, his only younger brother. The temperature in the imperial study dropped to a freezing point. Yi Liu felt every hair on his body stand on end. In this moment, he finally believed that Yi Hongyi wanted to kill him. That night, when Yi Liu told Yao Sulwan what had happened, Yao Sulwan couldn't help but feel shocked. She never expected that Yi Hongyi would be so averse to others mentioning Yao Maxin, even if it was his own younger brother. I really don't know what imperial older brother is thinking. If he really likes Yao Moen, then why did he let Yi Junqing live under the same roof as her? But now, no matter what this prince says, imperial older brother refuses to believe that they had an affair. That damned Yi Junqing. One day, this prince will personally kill him. Yi Liu had never seen Yi Hongyi look at him with such a terrifying gaze. He was truly frightened. It's all Sulwan's fault. If Prince hadn't stood up for Sulwan, you wouldn't have barged into Guan Osprey Palace, nor would you have injured Yao Moen's palace maids. It was Sulwan who harmed everyone in the Prince residence. Yao Sulwan's voice was heavy with sobs. She rubbed the corner of her eyes and a single tear fell. How can this be your fault? If it wasn't for you, this prince wouldn't have known that slut Yao Moen had fooled imperial older brother like that. And Yi Junqing, this prince has always found him an eyesore. If it wasn't for. In any case, this prince wouldn't have let them off. Yi Liu knew very well that compared to Yi Junqing, his martial arts were far inferior. However, how could he let the woman he loved hear such words? Chapter 146. If we can catch them in bed, then His Majesty has no choice but to believe us, said Yao Sulwan. Right now, imperial older brother isn't even letting this prince take a single step into Guan Osprey Palace. How are we supposed to catch them in bed? Yi Liu slammed the table fiercely as he roared. Even if Prince can enter Guan Osprey Palace, it's useless. Yao Moen is so shrewd, there's no way she would let us catch her. Yao Sulwan lowered her eyes and wiped away her tears. Her eyes that were hidden behind her long sleeves flashed coldly. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since we can't catch them, then we might as well create a false impression that they're having an affair. How about it? The huge change in Prince's residence had caused Yi Liu to lose his patience. Right now, all he wanted to do was get rid of Yi Junqing to vent his anger. If Prince really thinks that way, Sulwan can lend Prince a hand. Although Sulwan doesn't want to fight anymore, I really can't bear to see Prince suffer, said Yao Sulwan resolutely. Sulwan, don't worry. Once we get rid of that adulterous couple, this prince will ask His Majesty to bestow you the title of Prince's consort. This prince definitely won't let you down. Yi Liu grabbed Yao Sulwan's hand and looked into her eyes deeply. Yao Sulwan instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but fortunately, she managed to suppress that urge. That's right, everything could wait until Yao Moen was eliminated. Saying it now would only get half the result with twice the effort. It hadn't even been 10 days since Yao Moen returned from Prime Minister Yao's residence when she heard the news that Li Jian had been executed at the Meridian Gate. Because Li Jian was beheaded, Madam and Master quarreled for a few days. Later, Master could not bear it any longer and imprisoned Madam in Virtuous Wool Veranda. It has been 3 days now. Lu Xing reported the information he had gathered. Li Qingqing has followed father for so long, yet she doesn't know how much importance father places on his career. It wasn't easy for him to become a first-rank official, so how could he let a Li Jian ruin his future? If this consort guesses correctly, it was father who personally kidnapped Li Jian and sent him to the authorities, right? Yao Moen had already expected this kind of result. Unfortunately, Li Boen was born at the wrong time. If he had been born a bit later, her father would definitely have suppressed this matter for Li Boen's sake. At the very least, he would have been able to ensure that Li Jian lived until the child was born. That's right. When Master found out that Huan Heng had come out from Lord Ji's residence, he immediately kidnapped Li Jian and brought him to the authorities. If not for that, Madam wouldn't have sought death. Lu Xing had been in Yao Xiangfu for many years and was well acquainted with Yao Zhenting's temperament. It was not surprising that the old master would do this. If it weren't for the fact that father remembered Li Qingqing's contribution in giving birth to a child, he would have long divorced her as well in order to straighten his reputation. Withdraw. Send people to keep a close eye on Li Qingqing. If Ben Gong's guess isn't wrong, she's probably about to make a move ahead of schedule. Yao Moen hugged Fluffy and indicated for Lu Xing to withdraw. Just as Lu Xing reached the palace gates, Yao Sulwan suddenly appeared. Nyang nyang. Lu Xing subconsciously moved in front of Yao Sulwan and turned his head to look towards Yao Moen. Lu Xing, who do you think you are? How dare you block this empress's path? When Yao Sulwan saw that Lu Xing was being so disrespectful, she abruptly raised her palm and was just about to slap him when she heard Yao Moen speak leisurely. If second older sister dares to continue hitting, Moen will definitely break second older sister's arm. The languid and soft voice brought an unbearable pressure to Yao Sulwan. Under Yao Moen's intimidation, Yao Sulwan forcibly retracted her hand that had stopped in midair. Lu Xing, withdraw. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked at Lu Xing. Then she moved Fluffy away and slowly walked towards Yao Sulwan. Second older sister really misses Moen. We just met yesterday, why did you come again today? The weather is very good, so I wanted to invite you to Jade Lake for a walk. Yao Sulwan directly expressed her intentions. Although the weather is good, the person I invited is a bit disgusting. If second older sister doesn't have anything else to do, then leave. Moen doesn't have the time to waste talking glibly with you, said Yao Moen hurriedly as she walked towards the bedroom. Could it be that you don't want to know where your only nephew, Yao Maxin's only flesh and blood, is buried? Yao Sulwan's words were like thunder in Yao Moen's ears. Yao Moen felt as if her heart had been fiercely pierced by a silver needle and then forcefully stirred. Blood and flesh mixed together and the pain seeped into her bones. Yao Moen even felt every hair on her body tremble. Her zhong'er had been smashed into a meat patty by Yi Hongyi. His flesh and blood had been badly mangled and he had died so miserably. What? Not interested. Seeing that Yao Moen had no intention of turning around, Yao Sulwan became a bit anxious. I'm very interested. Yao Moen slowly turned around. Her clear eyes were like still water without any ripples, but upon closer inspection, a hurricane was surging within those eyes as if it wanted to devour everything in front of it. Unfortunately, Yao Sulwan didn't see it. When Yao Sulwan saw Yao Moan turn around, Yao Sulwan's tense heart relaxed and she walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moan naturally followed behind her. She would make Yao Sulwan regret mentioning Zhong'er. In this world, the two people who had the least right to mention Zhong'er were Yao Sulwan and Yi Hongyi. Yao Sulwan stood in the pavilion by the Jade Lake. The wind blew and the lake water shimmered, dazzling the eyes. When ## pushed Wan Kaier down, the steps of revenge had already begun, right? Said Yao Sulwan coldly. If she had known earlier that Yao Moan was pretending to be stupid, would the result have been different? Where is Zhong'er buried? Yao Moan walked directly to Yao Sulwan's side, her clear and cold eyes like frost. Since you know the cause of Yao Moxin's death, then you should know that Zhong'er deserved to die. Yao Sulwan purposely provoked Yao Moan's anger as she fiddled with her sleeves. Yao Sulwan, I'll make you regret saying this. Yao Moan's heart churned with pain. It was as if someone had thrown it into a volcano, the heat was unbearable. Regret? The thing this consort regrets the most is that I didn't let mother get rid of you back then. Otherwise, this consort wouldn't have fallen to this state today. Yao Sulwan's voice was sinister and her beautiful eyes gradually turned sinister. I'll ask you one more time. Where is Zhong'er buried? Yao Moan clearly remembered tightly hugging Zhong'er before she died. It was impossible for them to separate, but she still asked over and over again. She really hoped that Zhong'er hadn't been turned into ashes along with her and that cold palace, even if the chance of that happening was minuscule or even non-existent. Do you really want to know where he's buried? Yao Sulwan slowly turned around and looked straight at Yao Moan. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes narrowed and her wide sleeves fluttered. A white powder instantly blinded Yao Moan's eyes. You! Yao Moan was shocked. Her mind was muddled and her vision blurred. Immediately after, her body fell backwards and she sank into endless darkness, just like that moment in the cold palace. Not so long ago, she had thought that her life had come to an end. She had felt so hopeless, so regretful, and so desperate to live. Now, she had really come back to life. The heavens hadn't let her down, so how could she betray the heavens' good intentions? Yao Moan, this time, this consort will make you accept your death wholeheartedly. Ming Yu. As Yao Sulwan looked at the unconscious Yao Moan on the ground, her lips curved in a sly smile. Your Highness. Ming Yu timidly walked out from the shadows when she heard the summons. Listen up. Do as this consort taught you last night. In an hour, bring His Majesty to the shack at the back of Changle Palace, ordered Yao Sulwan firmly. This servant obeys, replied Ming Yu apprehensively. Then she withdrew. When Yao Sulwan saw that there was no one around, she immediately helped Yao Moan up and walked towards Changle Palace. Yi Junqing had already expected that Yi Liu wouldn't let the matter rest, so when Yi Liu raised his sword and stood in front of him, Yi Junqing wasn't surprised at all. He merely looked indifferently at this man who had once worshipped him like a god and laughed lightly. 7 years was enough to turn a simple boy into an arrogant idiot. Sorry, after being with Yao Moan for so long, these crude words had become more and more pleasing to the ear. As expected, one is marked by the company one keeps. What are you laughing at? Yi Liu disliked Yi Junqing's current leisurely manner. After losing his military power, he should be acting more like a stray dog wagging its tail and begging for pity instead of acting all high and mighty. Chapter 147. Laughing at the world's most laughable people, said Yi Junqing indifferently. It really was you. Yi Junqing. Back then, you relied on your military power to openly covet Empress Yao Moxin. Now, you're even hooking up with her younger sister. Imperial older brother is benevolent, but this prince can't tolerate it. As Yi Liu spoke, he suddenly raised his sword towards Yi Junqing. So what if I can't tolerate it? Yi Junqing folded his arms behind his head and looked towards Yi Liu. Even if Yi Liu's words were extremely unpleasant, Yi Junqing didn't plan on arguing with him. He had learned this trick from Yao Moen. Arguing with reasonable people and arguing with unreasonable people was truly tiring. You! Yi Liu glared at the carefree Yi Junqing, but he didn't dare to stab his sword. He still hadn't forgotten what had happened in Guan Osprey Palace. If he fought Yi Junqing one-on-one, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. If there's nothing else, then Junqing will leave. Yi Junqing looked towards Yi Liu with slight disappointment. When enemies met on a narrow path, the courageous would win. Yi Liu had truly become useless in Serene Province. He didn't even have the courage to attack. When he saw Yi Junqing walk around him, Yi Liu suddenly turned around. Don't you want to know how Yao Moxin died? This was what Yao Sulwan had taught him to say. He hadn't planned on using it, but reality proved that if he didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to subdue Yi Junqing. His heart instantly felt like it had been flooded by seawater. The stifling feeling made it hard for Yi Junqing to breathe. He stopped and turned around to look at Yi Liu calmly. His eyes were filled with a bone-chilling coldness. I can tolerate your rudeness and impudence, and I can also accept your ingratitude, but if you dare to use Moxin to deceive me, then the consequences aren't something you can bear. Yi Junqing enunciated each word firmly and powerfully. At this moment, Yi Liu could clearly feel a powerful gust of air rushing towards him. This pressure made him feel extremely uncomfortable. If you want to know the cause of Yao Moxin's death, then follow me. Yi Liu no longer had the courage to continue this confrontation. He immediately turned and walked towards Changle Palace. Yi Junqing didn't even suspect anything as he followed after her. As long as it was something related to Yao Moxin, he would never calmly analyze it. When they reached the room at the back of Changle Palace, Yi Junqing took a step forward and stopped Yi Liu. You know how Moxin died? Asked Yi Junqing impatiently. His gaze was deep and serene. The truth is there. Let's see if you have the guts to go in. The corners of Yi Liu's lips curled up. The hideous scar on his face was especially eye-catching. When Yi Junqing saw Yi Liu pointing at the room, he charged in without hesitation. The moment the door opened, Yi Junqing was shocked to see that Yao Moen was lying unconscious on a pile of straw. Moen. What's going on? Just as Yi Junqing was about to turn around to ask, he suddenly smelled a strong fragrance of cosmetics. His vision instantly blurred and he lost consciousness. I really want to kill him. After Yao Sulwan knocked Yi Junqing out, Yi Liu walked in with his sword in hand. Prince, don't be impatient. Once His Majesty sees this, he definitely won't forgive them. At that time, it won't be difficult for Prince to deal with Yi Junqing however you want, said Yao Sulwan soothingly. When is Imperial older brother coming? Yi Liu took a deep breath and asked. Within an hour. This knockout drug will only be effective for an hour. Prince, please leave with Sulwan first. There'll be a good show to watch soon. Yao Sulwan's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. Whenever she thought of Yi Hongyi's expression when he saw this and Yao Moen's tragic fate, she couldn't help but feel excited. All right. Yi Liu resisted the urge to kill Yi Junqing. Just as he was about to leave with Yao Sulwan, a clear and melodious voice came from behind him. You're leaving just like that? You need to put on a good show. Just this scene alone isn't enough to prove anything. Second older sister still hasn't thought things through. Yao Moen lazily sat up from the pile of straw and plucked a few strands of straw from her body. You. How did you wake up? Yao Sulwan looked at Yao Moen in shock, her eyes filled with shock. Stop wasting words with her. When Yi Liu saw that Yao Moen had gotten up, he immediately raised his sword to stab her. However, just as the tip of his sword was about to touch Yao Moen's throat, he stopped. "Prince!" Yao Suwan turned and cried out in shock. She suddenly felt a dull pain at the back of her neck and then she lost consciousness. "Suwan! Yao Moen, what are you doing?" Yi Liu roared fiercely. "Give the pill to me." Yao Moen glanced coldly at Yi Liu, then took the soft fragrance pill from Yin Shui and walked in front of Yi Liu. "Who was it? Are you talking to me? Who sealed this prince's acupuncture point? Unseal it." Yi Liu really wanted to kill the person who had ambushed him, but unfortunately, that person's acupuncture technique was too strange. He couldn't break through it at all. Time is of the essence, so Moen will make it short. This pill is called the soft fragrance pill. It's the most violent type of aphrodisiac. It will take effect in less than 5 minutes. As Yao Moen spoke, she forced the pill into Yi Liu's mouth. This soft fragrance pill will melt in your mouth. At that time, there's no need for Prince to hold on. Don't waste Moen's good intentions in front of you. Lu Xing, carry the esteemed prince back to Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moen smiled coldly as a sea of flames appeared in her eyes. Once Lu Xing helped Yi Junqing out of the room, Yao Moen slowly walked over to Yao Suwan who had been knocked out by Yin Shui and gently untied her. "Yao Moen! You're despicable and shameless." Yi Liu suddenly understood Yao Moen's intentions and immediately cursed. If it wasn't for Prince, Moen really wouldn't be able to think of such a shameless method. However, this should be a good thing for Prince. Haven't you been lusting after my second older sister for a long time? Now that you can have a taste, you should be thanking Moen. As Yao Moen spoke, she took off Yao Suwan's outer clothes. "Yao Moen! Take her away. Hurry." When Yi Liu saw Yao Suwan's smooth and fair skin, he suddenly felt a certain part of his body clamoring. Does Prince think that's possible? Yao Moen snorted disdainfully. In the end, she's still your second older sister. How could you have the heart to do this? Yi Liu clenched his teeth and veins bulged on his forehead. It was obvious that he was having a hard time holding himself back. She brought Moen here, but did it ever occur to her that Moen was her younger sister? Yi Liu, you're really funny. At a time like this, you're still shamelessly using the pretense of familial love. Don't you feel like you're slapping yourself in the mouth? Yao Moen abruptly tore off Yao Suwan's inner clothes to reveal a purple tube top to Yi Liu. The slightly protruding breasts almost caused Yi Liu's blood to boil. "I beg you. Hurry and take her away." Yi Liu's face was completely red and his eyes were bloodshot. The last bit of reason he had left made him beg humbly. "Yi Liu, no matter what happens next, you shouldn't blame anyone because you were the one who set this up. Moen was merely giving you a taste of your own medicine. However, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. This might not necessarily be a bad thing for you." Yao Moen coldly glanced at Yao Suwan. She had said before that no one could humiliate Zhong in front of her. "Yao Suwan, you brought this upon yourself. Unseal his acupuncture points at an appropriate time." Yao Moen withdrew her gaze and walked around Yi Liu as she ordered coldly. "Yes." Yin Shui nodded in response. Time would never stop for anyone. At this moment, Yi Liu felt all the blood in his body boil. His mind was completely blank. Right now, he only knew that he had to vent. He had to vent. "Your Majesty, my master is inside." Outside the room, Mingyu hurriedly walked to the door. When Yi Hongyi approached, he fiercely pushed open the peeling door. Chapter 148. Mingyu was dumbstruck by the scene in front of her. She had imagined that the scene behind the door would be unbearable, but she hadn't expected it to be this unbearable. Yi Liu was straddling Yao Sulwan's body, his hands fiercely tugging on her jade legs as his body moved rhythmically. Yao Sulwan's body trembled like a leaf in the wind. So painful. Ah! King of you! Your Majesty! Let go! Hurry and let go! Ah! At practically the same time, Yao Sulwan was shaken awake by Yi Liu's frantic movements. What entered her eyes was a shocking scene. Yi Liu was riding on top of her like a wild beast, and Yi Hongyi, her husband, was standing at the door, watching this scene unfold. What was going on? What was going on? Don't go! Yao Sulwan pushed Yi Liu away with all her might, but Yi Liu pulled her back. At this moment, Yi Liu's eyes were dark as his hands tugged on Yao Sulwan's clothes. When he saw the scene in front of Yao Sulwan's chest, his movements became even more intense. Impudent! Do you think we're dead? A voice that sounded like an icicle abruptly rang out. Yi Hongyi stared at it for a long time before he was able to catch his breath and violently charged into the room. Any man who saw their woman having an affair with someone else would have this kind of expression, let alone Yi Hongyi, who was a high and mighty monarch whose dignity could not be violated. Ah! The instant Yi Hongyi charged in, Yi Liu finally managed to extinguish the flames in his body. It was also at this moment that he was sent flying into a corner by Yi Hongyi's kick. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty! It was King of you who insulted this concubine. He was the one who coveted this concubine's beauty. Your Majesty, you have to help this concubine. Yao Sulwan quickly grabbed the clothes beside her to cover her body, then trembled as she prostrated at Yi Hongyi's feet. Tears and snot streamed down her face. Lowly woman! Just as Yi Hongyi was about to lift his foot, Yao Sulwan immediately hugged his legs. Your Majesty! This isn't this concubine's fault. The king of you had always coveted this concubine and had done bad things to this concubine several times. This concubine didn't dare to tell the emperor because she was afraid the emperor would be angry. However, who would have thought that he would actually knock this concubine unconscious? This concubine's body was weak, how could she be the king of you's match? Your Majesty, this concubine has been wrongly accused. Yao Sulwan understood Yi Hongyi too well. If she had allowed him to kick her, she would have died. In the corner of the wall, Yi Liu felt as if someone was viciously clenching his heart. This kind of thing wasn't what he wanted. He had never hoped that Yao Sulwan would stand by his side, but what made him disappointed was that Yao Sulwan immediately pushed all the blame onto him. It was as if he really was a perverted demon, an unforgivable beast. When Yao Sulwan saw Yi Hongyi's handsome face shrouded in dark clouds, she immediately glared at Yi Liu angrily. Yi Liu! You beast! Why did you harm this consort? Why? Say something. Could it be that you really want to see this consort being wrongly accused to death by the emperor before you'll be happy? Say something. Yao Sulwan shouted at the top of her lungs, her hands still tightly gripping Yi Hongyi's legs. At this moment, she only wanted to live. Imperial older brother. This subject younger brother has coveted consortly for a very long time, so long that this subject younger brother doesn't even know when it started. This subject younger brother has always wanted to accomplish something and then beg your Majesty to bestow consortly to this subject younger brother. But it's all this subject younger brother's fault, none of this has anything to do with consortly. For Yao Sulwan's sake, Yi Liu didn't mind taking all the blame. However, he had no time to explain that he and Yao Sulwan had been wrongly accused. The truth was right in front of his eyes. All explanations were just excuses. That would only make Yi Hongyi even angrier. Your Majesty. You heard it, the king of Yu admitted it himself. This matter has nothing to do with this consort. Yi Liu. You've caused this consort to suffer so much. Yao Sulwan only let go of Yi Hongyi's legs when she sensed that Yi Hongyi was gradually withdrawing his strength. She prostrated herself on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yi Liu's heart was a complete mess as he looked at the woman kneeling on the ground. He hadn't hoped that Yao Sulwan would share his hardships, but he hadn't expected that Yao Sulwan would actually hit him while he was down. Actually, even if Yao Sulwan hadn't done this, he would still have done everything in his power to protect her life. Yi Liu. You truly are our good little brother. Someone, throw Yi Liu into the imperial prison. Await punishment. Yi Hongyi gritted his teeth as he spat out each and every word coldly. Your Majesty, this subject younger brother knows that this subject younger brother is guilty, but consortly is innocent. I beg your Majesty to spare her life. Even though Yao Sulwan was treating him so heartlessly, Yi Liu still didn't want anything to happen to her. In the face of death, he could understand Yao Sulwan's fear and cowardice. Yi Liu. You animal. Why do you have to treat me like this? Why? Just as Yi Liu was being dragged past Yao Sulwan by the guards, Yao Sulwan suddenly charged forward and punched Yi Liu. When Yi Liu saw Yao Sulwan's cold and resolute eyes, his heart ached even more. This was the woman he had loved for 7 years. Was he wrong to love her? For the first time, Yi Liu questioned himself. Even after Yi Liu left, Yao Sulwan was still sobbing. She was extremely nervous. If Yi Hongyi really was this heartless, what would she do? Once Yi Liu was taken away, Yi Hongyi suddenly bent over and grabbed Yao Sulwan's chin with one hand, forcing her to raise her head to look at him. Your Majesty. This isn't this subject's consort's fault. It's the Yu King. Yao Sulwan's heart was taut and her tears flowed out. If Yi Hongyi really was this heartless, she would have no choice but to fight to the death. So what if he was the emperor? He still had his own taboos. Yao Sulwan had already prepared herself for the worst. Humph. Surprisingly, Yi Hongyi didn't say anything. After fiercely shaking off Yao Sulwan, he walked away viciously. The door creaked as Yao Sulwan panted heavily. Surviving a calamity didn't make her happy in the slightest. Her beautiful eyes were already filled with bone-piercing hatred. Yao Mo Wan. This consort is going to kill you. Kill you. In the shadows, when Yao Moan saw Yi Hongyi leave with a vicious expression, the corners of her lips curled into a beautiful smile. Yin Shui, how did you manage to get something like soft fragrance pills in such a short amount of time? Yao Mo Wan turned to look towards Yin Shui with interest. Replying, Master, this subordinate made it at the last minute at the Imperial Hospital, reported Yin Shui truthfully. Yao Mo Wan immediately shot her a sidelong glance. You know how to make medicine? Yao Mo Wan was extremely shocked. This is a required course to become a hidden guard of the Yin clan, explained Yin Shui simply. Yao Mo Wan was instantly delighted. Obtaining Yin Shui's help was like obtaining divine assistance. It seemed that she would have to express her gratitude to Yan Nanxing one day. However, since Yan Nanxing was still brooding over it, Yao Mo Wan decided to nip this half-formed plan in the bud. It wouldn't be good if Yan Nanxing used her sincerity as a way to show off. When Yi Junqing woke up, the first thing he did was run to the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace. Prince is awake. When Yi Junqing walked in, Yao Mo Wan was playing with Jewel with a ball of string. What happened? This prince remembers entering the shack and seeing you lying there. Yi Junqing sighed in relief when he saw that Yao Mo Wan was fine, but then he immediately felt puzzled. Prince was almost charged with the crime of humiliating your brother and sister-in-law. Fortunately, Moen was protecting you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to clear your name even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Yao Mo Wan threw down the ball of string in her hands and stood in front of Yi Junqing like a savior, waiting for him to thank her. Humiliating brother and sister-in-law. It was Yi Liu. This prince only knew that he was a boorish fellow. I didn't think that he would be this despicable. Yi Junqing frowned in realization. The despicable one wasn't him, it was Yao Sulwan. You were drugged by her, so they say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more malicious her heart is, reminded Yao Mo Wan with good intentions. Then did His Majesty see us? Asked Yi Junqing worriedly with a serious expression. Chapter 149. Are you stupid? If His Majesty saw this, would you still be standing here talking to Moen? Moen is an idiot. Since something like this happened, it naturally has nothing to do with Moen. Prince, your crimes are unpardonable. Even if you don't die of 1,000 cuts, you should be dismembered. Do you still not understand Yi Hongyi's true intentions in letting you enter Guan Osprey Palace? Actually, he didn't have to do this. Yi Junqing really hadn't thought of this. Unfortunately, he's already like this. Yao Moen poured a cup of tea for Yi Junqing. Yi Liu, this prince won't let this matter rest. The more Yi Junqing thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. He immediately put down the teacup and turned to leave. Prince, where are you going? Asked Yao Moen. To find Yi Liu. This prince should teach him a lesson no matter what, said Yi Junqing angrily. And, Moen agrees with Prince's point of view. Go, he's in the imperial prison. Yao Moen nodded slightly in agreement. Imperial prison. Why would he be in the imperial prison? Yi Junqing stopped walking and turned back to Yao Moen with surprise in his eyes. His Majesty personally saw Yi Liu and Yao Sulwan making love in the shack. It's already a mercy that he didn't kill him on the spot. Yao Moen sat down casually at the table with a calm expression. How could the two of them? The more beautiful a woman is, the more vicious her heart is. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in realization, then nodded in agreement. Yao Moen had truly spoken his mind. Does Prince feel that Moen's methods were inappropriate? Asked Yao Moen. Yao Moen could tell what Yi Junqing was implying. It might be inappropriate towards other people, but it's extremely appropriate towards them. Yi Junqing took a deep breath. Although he was a carefree person, he wasn't someone that just anyone could trample on and humiliate. Even if Yao Moen hadn't done these things, he would definitely have found a chance to beat Yi Liu until even his mother wouldn't recognize him. In the dark and damp imperial prison, rats would occasionally appear and eat the leftovers of the prisoners. A black-robed man walked towards the innermost part of the imperial prison and stopped in front of a metal door. The jailer beside him respectfully took out the key. The hand holding the key was trembling non-stop. To be able to see the face of the dragon in this life, even death would be worth it. When the jailer opened the iron gate, the black-robed man waved his hand and retreated. At this moment, Yi Liu was leaning against the rough stone wall, his eyes dull and lifeless. Is it worth it to ruin your bright future for a woman like that? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Yi Liu lifted his head, his eyes filled with shock. Royal brother. Liu knew he was wrong, but this matter was not what Imperial brother had imagined. No matter how bold Liu was, no matter how much he envied Consort Li, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing behind his brother's back. This younger brother has been framed by someone. Yi Liu abruptly got up and knelt on the ground. He knew that his Imperial brother wouldn't just leave him here and ignore him. If I didn't believe you, would I have come to the Imperial prison to see you? In this world, there's no one who understands you better than us. We know very well why you wanted us to transfer you to Serene Province back then. We knew that you liked Yao Sulwan a long time ago. If you wanted to go against human relations, why would you have waited 7 years? Tell me, what exactly happened? Yi Hongyi went back to his shack and carefully analyzed the situation before deciding to make this trip. It's Yao Moen. Imperial brother, you've been tricked by her. Yao Moen isn't stupid at all. She fed this younger brother a soft fragrance pill, and this younger brother couldn't control himself and did that to Consort Li. Yi Liyu's eyes were spitting fire as he spoke with certainty. There's a limit to our tolerance. We'll give you one last chance. Tell us the whole story. Yi Hongyi resisted Yi Liyu's explanation. In his opinion, everyone in this world could lie to him, but Yao Moen couldn't. How could he not know the person who slept next to him? Imperial brother. Why won't you believe this younger brother? She really was the one who did this. She also has a helper who's skilled in martial arts. If this younger brother's guess isn't wrong, she was also the one behind the incident at Yuangfu. Imperial brother, Yao Moen is too dangerous. She definitely has a motive for getting close to you. The more Yi Liyu spoke, the more agitated he became. He couldn't help but stand up. Enough. Yi Liyu, you're too stubborn. Did that slut Yao Sulwan teach you to say these things? That slut actually used you to attack Wan Er. Her crime is unforgivable. Yi Hongyi's eyes were as sharp as a blade. Imperial brother. Liyu's words are all true. Why won't you believe me? Yi Liyu looked towards Yi Hongyi mournfully, his heart turning cold. Imperial brother had been poisoned by Yao Moen and there was no cure for him. Listen, if you weren't our younger brother, we would have executed you back in our shack. No matter what you say now, the matter between you and Consort Li has already spread. Entering the palace is a crime punishable by death. We will find someone to take your place and execute you at the Meridian Gate. From now on, Yi Liyu no longer exists in this world. You're on your own now. Yi Hongyi glanced at this younger brother of his in disappointment, then turned around and walked out the door without hesitation. Imperial brother. Liyu has one last request. Don't make things difficult for Sulwan. None of this has anything to do with her. Yi Liyu knew that no matter how eloquent he was, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. His only request was for Yao Sulwan to be safe. Yi Hongyi was speechless. With his back to the door, his face seemed to be covered by dark clouds. That slut Yao Sulwan ruined his only younger brother. He swore that he would make Yao Sulwan regret using someone she shouldn't have. As Yi Liyu watched Yi Hongyi's figure disappear from his line of sight, he collapsed to the ground. As the wind blew past, Yi Liyu felt a chill on the back of his neck. In the next second, he fainted. After an unknown amount of time, when Yi Liyu opened his eyes again, he was shocked to see the person he hated the most in his life sitting leisurely in front of him. Does your majesty believe Prince's words? Yao Moen lightly blew on her freshly painted nails as she glanced at Yi Liyu with raised brows. What kind of medicine did you feed Imperial brother, you slut? This prince really doesn't understand why Imperial brother would believe you. This prince is his closest relative. The moment Yi Liyu saw Yao Moen, he roared with all his might. If you weren't his closest relative, how could you still be alive? If Prince knew how Yi Hongyi dealt with other people, you would be secretly happy about what you're doing right now. Yao Moen snorted coldly as she looked towards Yi Liyu, her eyes filled with disdain. In her opinion, Yi Liyu was incompetent and heartless. He was only alive because of luck. Now, his luck had been used up. You. What are you saying? When has Imperial brother ever dealt with other people? Yi Liyu frowned as he looked towards Yao Moen. Look at me, what's the point of talking so much to you? Do you want to see Yao Sulwan? Yao Moen was a bit annoyed that she had said too much, so she returned to the topic at hand. Sulwan. How is she? The moment Yao Sulwan was brought up, Yi Liu suddenly didn't know how he should feel. The woman he had loved for 7 years, but at this moment, he was actually a bit afraid to see her again. Won't you know once you see her? Yin Shui. Yao Moen glanced at Yin Shui. Yin Shui naturally understood and immediately sealed Yi Liu's acupuncture point. The sun gradually set and the new moon rose from the east. The crescent moon hung above the tree branches like a bow. The moonlight shone through the branches and cast mottled shadows on the trees. When Yao Moen arrived at Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan was in the middle of throwing a huge tantrum. Who told you to call His Majesty over so early? Yao Sulwan threw the teacup in her hand onto the ground. The splinters cut the back of Mingyu's hand, causing blood to seep out. However, Mingyu didn't dare make a sound. Chapter 150. Speak. Yao Sulwan roared fiercely. Her eyes were bloodshot and she looked like a crazy tigress. Replying, Your Highness. It was you who said to have Mingyu lure His Majesty to the humble room within an hour. Before Mingyu could finish, Yao Sulwan slapped her. That was Ben Gong's fault. Yao Sulwan raised her hand again but was stopped by Yao Moen, who had just entered the room. Of course it's second older sister's fault. How could Mingyu know what was going on inside? Speaking of which, second older sister, you were too careless. How could you be so sure that your plan was foolproof? Yao Moen walked down the steps gracefully with a smile on her beautiful face. Yao Moen. You actually dared to come. The moment Yao Sulwan saw Yao Moen, she felt as if every cell in her body was raging. If she had a knife, she would definitely stab Yao Moen's heart without hesitation. Yao Sulwan pounced at Yao Moen with her bare hands but was pushed to the ground by Yao Moen. Get out. Yao Moen glanced at Mingyu coldly. Mingyu couldn't wait to hear that and immediately left Pure Flower's palace. Yao Moen. This is Pure Flower's palace, when did you have the right to give orders? Come back. Yao Sulwan said fiercely, but Yao Moen only laughed lightly in response. My second older sister, do you still think that you're the master of a palace? Moen just received news that His Majesty has ordered Yi Liu to be beheaded tomorrow at noon. His Majesty even wants to kill his own younger brother. Do you think you'll be spared? Yao Moen couldn't help but shake her head. Then she sashayed over to the chaise lounge and sat down. He should have died long ago. If it wasn't for him, Ben Gong wouldn't have lost so badly this time. Yao Sulwan stood up angrily and glared at Yao Moen. Second older sister's words are a little ungrateful. Who did Yi Liu do this for? Wasn't it because he wanted to get revenge for you? Yao Moen deliberately raised her voice so that the person in the dark could hear her clearly. Pa! If Ben Gong had known that he was such a good-for-nothing, Ben Gong wouldn't have asked him for help. Every time Yao Sulwan thought about the scene in the shack, she would curse from the bottom of her heart. Even now, her body was still faintly aching. Second older sister is too heartless. Poor Yi Liu. In the end, he still took all the blame on himself. It really wasn't worth it. Yao Moen shook her head and sighed. It's him who thinks too highly of himself. He even had the delusion of asking the emperor to bestow Ben Gong as his princess consort. Who cares? I want to be the empress. That idiot couldn't do anything right but only spoiled things. It's good that he's dead, at least he won't be an eyesore. Yao Moen, don't be too pleased with yourself. Even if you lose this round, Ben Gong will definitely make a comeback. Yao Sulwan pointed angrily at Yao Moen. Because her face was too malevolent, it became extremely ugly. Second sister, let's make sure that we can keep our lives first. After all, from the beginning of the dynasty until now, there has never been a precedent of a concubine who has been tainted. Yao Moan's eyes were like the dark night sky, black like ink. Thick clouds roiled within, causing Yao Sulwan to uncontrollably take several steps back. His Majesty won't kill Ben Gong. When Yao Imowan saw Yao Sulwan's proud expression, she knew that Yao Sulwan definitely had a way out. This was what she was hoping for. If Yao Sulwan died in Yi Hongyi's hands, she would feel regret. I hope that's the case. It seems that there's someone who wants to properly reminisce with second older sister. Moan won't disturb you any longer. Yao Imowan's gaze moved past Yao Sulwan to look at Yi Liu, who was standing at the palace gates. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. She believed that Yi Liu should understand what she had said back then. Yao Sulwan sensed that Yao Imowan's gaze wasn't on her, so she followed Yao Imowan's gaze. The moment she saw Yi Liu, Yao Sulwan felt all the blood in her body freeze. Yao Imowan. You're the one who harmed me. Yao Sulwan gritted her teeth and shouted. Does second older sister think that Moan is a professional scapegoat? You were the one who couldn't help but say those words earlier. Yao Imowan snorted disdainfully. Then she walked past Yao Sulwan and leisurely left Pure Flower's palace. Liu. You came out. Earlier, Yao Imowan tricked me. I was so angry that I became muddle-headed. When Yao Sulwan saw Yi Liu's ashen face, she suddenly felt guilty. If it wasn't for the fact that you took an extremely potent aphrodisiac like the soft fragrance pill, this prince wouldn't have taken advantage of you, nor would this prince treat you so roughly. Yi Liu wanted to ignore everything he had just heard, but his heart was in extreme pain. Sulwan knows that Prince felt wronged, but at the time, Sulwan really didn't know what to do. His Majesty was right there, Sulwan. Yao Sulwan's tears streamed down her face. She hoped that Yi Liu would come forward to comfort her. As long as Yi Liu was willing to take a step forward, it meant that his heart was soft. At the very least, it could guarantee that he wouldn't go to Yi Hongyi and spout nonsense. Imperial older brother went to the heavenly prison. Contrary to Yao Sulwan's expectations, Yi Liu stood in place without any intention of comforting her. So it was His Majesty who let Prince out. Yao Sulwan looked towards Yi Liu worriedly. Tomorrow at noon, this prince will be executed at the Meridian Gate. This was Imperial older brother's decision. Perhaps it was because he still held a trace of hope. Yi Liu waited for Yao Sulwan's reaction. Then did His Majesty say what to do with Sulwan? Yao Sulwan was impatient to hear the news from Yi Liu's mouth so that she could take precautions. Yi Liu silently looked at the anxious Yao Sulwan. His heart felt like it had been wrapped up by vines. That kind of pressure and suffocation made him feel like he was suffocating. Yao Sulwan was actually so indifferent when she heard that he had been beheaded. She only cared about him. As if realizing that she had lost her composure, Yao Sulwan immediately retracted the suspicion in her eyes. She quickly walked to Yi Liu's side and stroked his arm. Prince, have you ever loved this prince? 7 years ago, you said you loved me, but you couldn't disobey your father's orders, so you had to enter the palace. 7 years later, you said you regretted it, that you lived a life worse than death in the inner palace. Were these words from the bottom of your heart? Or did you make them up to deceive this prince? Yi Liu pushed Yao Sulwan's hand away, his eyes flickering with extreme sorrow. What kind of woman had he loved for 7 years? Prince, Sulwan's words are from the bottom of my heart. It's just that time wasn't with me and we missed each other in the end. The person Sulwan has always loved has been Prince. Yao Sulwan's tears fell like rain. This is a good opportunity. This prince has escaped, so I'll take you away now. Yi Liu suddenly pulled Yao Su-wan to leave, but Yao Su-wan flung his arm away. You're not willing. Yi Liu looked towards Yao Su-wan coldly. His heart shattered into ice. It's not that. Su-wan is willing to leave with Prince, but... Yao Su-wan looked at Yi Liu in panic, unable to find a suitable excuse. But you can't bear to part with the glory and wealth here, you can't bear to part with that dazzling empress throne. Yao Su-wan is right, this is a blessing in disguise. If it wasn't for this matter, this prince would have been foolishly used by you. Yi Liu's heart gave up. He had volunteered to guard the Serene Prefecture and wasted 7 years of his life just for this scheming, heartless woman. It wasn't worth it. It really wasn't worth it. It's Yao Su-wan again. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Did Prince go to the prison and become muddle-headed? Yao Su-wan's anger surged. She hated Yao Su-wan and wanted to skin her alive even in her dreams. It's this prince who has woken up. Yao Su-wan, from now on, this prince has nothing to do with you. Yi Liu turned to leave, but Yao Su-wan stopped him. Chapter 151. Prince. Did His Majesty say how he was going to deal with Su-wan? Yao Su-wan looked towards Yi Liu expectantly. Yi Liu stood there for a long time before finally speaking. This prince has already taken all the blame in front of Imperial older brother, so please don't make things difficult for you. However, you should know better than this prince what kind of person Imperial older brother is. Yao Su-wan, take care of yourself. After saying this, Yi Liu left Pure Flower's palace without any hesitation. As Yao Su-wan watched Yi Liu leave, her eyes gradually darkened. She knew Yi Hongyi's character all too well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept that trump card for herself. Yao Moen, it won't be that easy if you want to drag this consort down. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Shui repeated the entire conversation between Yi Liu and Yao Su-wan to Yao Moen. Master, when this subordinate returned, Yi Liu had already left the imperial city. Should we send someone to follow him? Asked Yin Shui. Although Yi Liu is a bit domineering, his crimes don't warrant death, so it's fine if he leaves. What this consort is worried about is that after this series of events, Yi Hongyi will point his spear at Junqing once more. Tell Lu Sha to protect the esteemed prince. If anything happens, even if it means exposing your identity, you have to protect Yi Junqing. Yao Moen's expression was grave and her voice was filled with unconcealable worry. If her guess was correct, after this incident, Yi Hongyi was most likely already suspecting Yi Junqing. Right now, all she had to do was wait for Yi Hongyi to make his move so she could deal with it accordingly. At noon the next day, the news of Yi Liu and Yao Su-wan in the palace had already spread through the entire imperial palace. Even outside the palace, there were all sorts of rumors. Yi Liu being executed at the Meridian Gate meant that the imperial court had tacitly approved of this scandal. After noon, and Bing Shan proudly entered Pure Flower's palace with a cup of poisoned wine, 3 feet of white silk, and a dagger. His Majesty's verbal decree. And Bing Shan raised his voice and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yao Su-wan, who was leaning over him, taking pleasure in her misfortune. This subject's concubine, Yao Su-wan, receives the decree. His Majesty said that consortly can choose one of these 3. And Bing Shan placed the tray on the table and hugged his horsetail whisk with both hands. Yao Su-wan slowly stood up and looked at the things on the tray. Her eyes were cold. I forgot to introduce to consortly that your highness can choose either poisoned wine or a dagger to calm your mouth. Of course, if consort Su-wan feels that not being able to speak is the same as being dead, you can choose white silk to end your life. Zajia kindly advises your highness that a bad life is better than a good death. If it was Zajia, I would choose to drink poisoned wine. It won't be painful. After all, using a dagger to cut your tongue is too bloody and uncomfortable, explained Bingshan as he looked at Yao Suwan darkly. Suwan, with. Suwan, li, Suwan, with, Suwan, with. Suwan, Suwan, with Mo Suwan. This consort has something very important to tell His Majesty. It's related to Empress Yamoshin. If His Majesty ends up in an awkward situation because of you, this consort believes that your end won't be any better than mine, warned Yao Suwan coldly. The coldness in her eyes made Bingshan hesitate. After staring at each other for a long time, Bingshan decided not to take the risk and sent someone to report Yao Suwan's words to Yi Hongyi. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Yi Hongyi finally appeared in the main hall of Pure Flower's palace. Yao Suwan already couldn't remember how long it had been since Yi Hongyi last appeared here. Your Majesty, consortly. Bingshan was just about to speak when Yi Hongyi cut him off. Everyone, get out. Bingshan, wait outside. Without our orders, no one is allowed to enter. Yi Hongyi's voice was as deep and deafening as a bell. Bingshan knew that Yao Suwan's words had definitely angered the emperor, so he immediately retreated out of Pure Flower's palace with the little eunuchs beside him. When the city gates caught fire, the fish in the moat would also be affected. He didn't want to be implicated for no reason. The moment the palace doors closed, Yi Hongyi charged in front of Yao Suwan, grabbed her by the lapel with one hand and fiercely slammed her against the wall. Yao Suwan. You dare threaten us? Yi Hongyi's black eyes turned cold as he glared angrily at Yao Suwan. This concubine doesn't dare. This concubine only wants to preserve her life. Since she had already laid her cards on the table, Yao Suwan didn't continue to be a yes man. At this moment, her eyes were as clear as water as she calmly looked towards Yi Hongyi. Who else knows about Yamoshin? Yi Hongyi was astonished by Yao Suwan's calmness. He had underestimated this woman. If he had known earlier, after getting rid of Yamoshin, he would have gotten rid of Yao Suwan. Right now, only His Majesty and Suwan know. However, if anything happens to Suwan, even if she only becomes mute, then the news of His Majesty harming the Empress and his own flesh and blood will spread through all of Great Chu. Everyone will know. The corners of Yao Suwan's lips curved slightly. In Yi Hongyi's eyes, besides anger, she also saw fear. And this fear was what allowed her to survive. Yao Suwan. If you dare to speak nonsense, we will confiscate Yao residence and exterminate your 9 generations. Yi Hongyi's grip on Yao Suwan's lapel tightened even more. An unprecedented feeling of suffocation engulfed Yao Suwan's chest. All right. At that time, Suwan doesn't even need to do anything and we can get rid of that heartless Enchanting, as well as the Yao Moan who deserves to be killed 1,000 times. How satisfying. Your Majesty should give the decree now, Suwan can't wait any longer. Yao Suwan's face gradually turned purple, but she spoke happily. Yao Suwan. You're truly malicious. Yi Hongyi clenched his teeth, his fingers gripping Yao Suwan's neck. At this moment, he really wanted to break Yao Suwan's snow-white neck. However, at the last moment, Yi Hongyi fiercely threw Yao Suwan to the ground. He couldn't take the risk. If the matter of Yamoshin got out, it would definitely be used by those with ulterior motives. At that time, his empire would be in danger. Cough cough. Suwan is malicious. Your Majesty, don't forget. Back then, who was the one who instructed Suwan to spread the rumor that Yamoshin's merits were greater than the emperor's and that a woman had usurped power? Who was the one who gave Suwan the evidence and had Suwan accuse He Lianqiong of plotting a rebellion? And also, Lan Xian, who was the one who told Suwan to find the so-called witness? Yi Hongyi, in terms of maliciousness, Sulwan can't compare to even 1/10,000th of you. Sulwan fiercely breathed in the air and revealed everything that had happened that day. You did all of this willingly. Could it be that you never thought about making Yao Moshin die without a burial place and replacing her yourself? Yi Hongyi was about to go crazy when Yao Sulwan exposed his ugly deeds. If Sulwan didn't have such intentions, why would His Majesty choose to have Sulwan participate in those disgusting things of yours that couldn't see the light of day? Sulwan did everything for you, but what did I get in return? Yao Sulwan wantonly roared as she questioned him angrily. At this time, the last thing she needed was to show weakness in front of Yi Hongyi. Jin conferred you the title of Imperial Noble Consort. This is extremely benevolent and righteous. Yi Hongyi's gaze was cold as he roared ruthlessly. Imperial Noble Consort. That's right. If His Majesty hadn't reminded her, Sulwan wouldn't have remembered she had this title. Back then, in order to suppress Huan Heng, His Majesty had forced Sulwan to give up the child to frame Huan Kaier. After things went against his wishes, His Majesty actually cleared himself of Sulwan and abandoned Sulwan. How could His Majesty be worthy of Sulwan? How could he be worthy of your own flesh and blood? Whenever she thought of the child she had personally aborted, Yao Sulwan's heart felt like it was being squeezed by someone. Yao Sulwan, don't forget. You were the one who drank the saffron. Jin's knife wasn't pressed against your neck. For the sake of the position of Empress, you were willing to kill your own child. Your heart isn't that much more virtuous than Jin's. Yi Hongyi snorted disdainfully as he coldly glanced at Yao Sulwan. Ha, since your Majesty has said this, there's no harm in Sulwan speaking frankly. If your Majesty forces Sulwan into a corner, Sulwan would rather fight to the death than accept death. Sulwan is only a woman. It's one thing for her to be cursed at by tens of thousands of people, but your Majesty is different. It's best for your Majesty to think clearly and not do something you'll regret. Yao Sulwan fiercely stomped on the ground as she stood up, her voice filled with provocation. Chapter 152. If you want to live, then Jin will help you. But remember, if this matter is exposed, Jin will let you know what it means to wish you were dead, warned Yi Hongyi before storming out. Yao Sulwan slumped down on the chair as she watched Yi Hongyi slam the door and leave. Her face was pale and her legs trembled. She had just escaped from the gates of hell. It would be a lie if she said she wasn't scared. Now that she had fallen out with Yi Hongyi, both the imperial favor and the position of Empress had become an extravagant hope. Was she supposed to continue struggling at death's door like this? Yao Sulwan clenched her fists. She couldn't accept this. Unless the ruler of the country changed hands. When she thought of this, a trace of a smile appeared on Yao Sulwan's tensed face. Under the bright moonlight, Yin Shui repeated the entire conversation between Yi Hongyi and Yao Sulwan to Yao Moen without missing a single word. Such tacit understanding between allies. It's such a pity that they've fallen out like this, said Yao Moen lightly. Behind her, Yin Shui was inwardly surprised. The moment she heard that Yao Moshin had been killed, even she had felt a bit indignant. However, Yao Moen was able to remain so calm. She had to admit that her new master was far more shrewd than anyone else in the palace. Master, should we kill Yao Sulwan? Asked Yin Shui. Why would you think that? This consort is still praying that she can live longer. Yao Moen smiled sweetly. It was an extremely beautiful smile, but it made Yin Shui feel a bloodthirsty killing intent. Ever since the matter with Yi Liu, Yao Moen felt more and more that Yi Hongyi's gaze towards Yi Junqing contained a faint killing intent. This made her extremely worried. Fortunately, Yin Shui discovered that Yi Hongyi had secretly hidden the Prince of Qi, Feng Duo. This discovery made Yao Moen sigh of relief. It seemed that it was time for Feng Yihan to return the favor. At breakfast, Yi Junqing picked up his bowl and was just about to eat when he heard Bingshan's voice from outside. This voice instantly made Yi Junqing lose his appetite. The imperial edict has arrived. Esteemed prince, receive the edict. Yi Junqing put down his bowl and reflexively looked towards Yao Moen. What are you looking at me for? I'm calling you. Yao Moen muttered in a low voice as her lips curved in a mysterious smile. Yi Junqing's complexion turned slightly red. He also felt that the way he looked at Yao Moen was unreasonable. For some reason, he was starting to feel like he was relying on Yao Moen a little. This reliance was manifested in the fact that before he did anything, he always wanted to hear Yao Moen's opinion. This made him extremely vexed. In accordance with the will of the heavens, the emperor has issued a decree saying that the state of Qi has disregarded the restrictions of the previously signed document and is openly provoking the calamity of war. They've already taken over 3 cities in a row and are extremely arrogant. Today, Yi Junqing is appointed as the vanguard to quell the rebellion. In 3 days, he will send troops to quell the rebellion in Guiyang. After Bingshan finished reading the imperial edict, he handed it over to Yi Junqing and congratulated him in a strange tone. However, when Yi Junqing ignored him, he left angrily. Feng Yihan has just ascended to the throne not long ago and he's already starting a war. This doesn't make sense, does it? Yi Junqing frowned as he looked at the imperial edict in his hands. Moen feels that Prince should be questioning why His Majesty sent you to attack Feng Yihan. Yao Moen expressed that she couldn't understand Yi Junqing's way of thinking. It's just the vanguard. What can this prince do? Replied Yi Junqing with a bitter smile. How could he not know that Yi Hongyi was guarding against him? If Prince wishes, you can do anything. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing meaningfully. The meaning behind her words was extremely clear. This prince promised Ma Xin that I would protect Yi Hongyi's empire. This was an oath, but also a promise. Yi Junqing wouldn't disappoint Yao Ma Xin. Yao Moen silently sat at the table. Sometimes she wondered what would happen if she told Yi Junqing that she was Yao Ma Xin. However, she didn't dare to take the risk, nor could she guarantee that Yi Junqing would believe her. After all, if she hadn't experienced it herself, even she would find it inconceivable. Why do you think Feng Yihan sent troops to Great Chu? Is it because he wasn't treated courteously the last time he came to Chu? Seeing that Yao Moen wasn't speaking, Yi Junqing walked over to Yao Moen's side. Is he that shallow? Yao Moen took a deep breath. Fine, since she'd already decided to pave a bright and smooth path for Yi Junqing to ascend to the throne, there was no need to make him worry. After all, she owed him this. This prince also feels that he's not that shallow. Then tell me, why is he doing this? Yi Junqing was clearly trying to get information out of her. You want to know? Yao Moen lifted her brows, her eyes sparkling. Yes. Yi Junqing nodded firmly. Then ask him. Yao Moen said these infuriating words with a naive expression. When Yi Junqing heard this, 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. He immediately swung his sleeves and left. Ever since she confirmed that Yi Junqing would send troops to Guiyang, Yao Moen had been worried about whose hands the marshal's seal would fall into. When she heard Yi Hongyi's question, Yao Moen really wanted to laugh. Your Majesty, Wonder doesn't want to be marshal. I don't want to leave your Majesty. Yao Moen leaned coyly into Yi Hongyi's embrace. The stone in her heart had finally been lifted. However, she still couldn't understand why Yi Hongyi had given her the marshal's seal. Zhen has never begged Wonder for anything. This time, Zhen is begging Wonder, alright. Yi Hongyi twirled a lock of hair in front of Yao Moen's chest as he spoke lovingly. But Wonder has never been a marshal before, so I don't know how to be one. Yao Moen blinked as she asked this. It's fine. You just have to remember that everyone has to listen to you. Whatever you tell them to do, they have to do it, including Yi Junqing. Understood. Yi Hongyi explained patiently. But Wan is very stupid and doesn't know how to fight. What if I lose? Yao Moen pressed 2 fingers together, her expression incomparably sorrowful. It's good if I lose. If I lose, it means that Wan isn't a competitive person. Yi Hongyi nodded earnestly without any hint of ridicule. In this instant, Yao Moen understood. The reason Yi Hongyi had given her the position of marshal was because he wanted to lose this battle. Previously, when Feng Yihan had gone to Great Chu, Yi Junqing had always accompanied him. Now that Feng Yihan had sent out troops, if Yi Junqing lost, he would be considered to have colluded with the country. This crime was enough to take Yi Junqing's life. And Wan has never been competitive. Yao Moen nodded firmly with a slight smile. Then Wan agrees to Jin. Yi Hongyi looked happily at Yao Moen. That pure face without a trace of impurity was breathtakingly beautiful. Whatever your majesty tells Wan to do, Wan will do. Yao Moen nodded seriously. She was inwardly thankful that she was the marshal. Otherwise, Yi Junqing really would be in danger this time. In the entire inner palace, Jin can only trust Wan Yi Hongyi sighed as he pulled Yao Moen into his embrace. He held her tightly, as if the moment he let go, this adorable fairy that the heavens had gifted him would disappear. That night, Yi Hongyi surprisingly didn't have the pleasure of going to bed. He only held Yao Moen tightly as if he wanted to rub her into his heart. He had fallen in love with this foolish child. Yi Hongyi no longer doubted this. The next morning at breakfast, the only sound that could be heard in Guan Osprey Palace was Yi Junqing's furious roars. Chapter 153. Did His Majesty take the wrong medicine? How could he make you a marshal? You're a woman. Yi Junqing looked at the imperial edict in his hands. It felt like the world was ending. Has Prince never heard of the saying that women are not inferior to men? Yao Moen had expected this reaction from Yi Junqing, so her expression remained calm. Don't tell this prince that His Majesty made you a marshal because of the saying that women are not inferior to men. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen hatefully. Even though he knew that Yao Moen was wise and far-sighted, he still couldn't accept the fact that she had become his marshal. Regardless of whether Prince is willing or not, you have to listen to Moen during this trip to Guiyang. Otherwise. Yao Moen hesitated. Otherwise what? Yi Junqing looked indignant. Otherwise Moen will order people to pull off Prince's pants and beat you in public. Prince isn't afraid of pain, but aren't you afraid of embarrassment? As Yao Moen spoke, she suddenly felt that today's breakfast was very delicious. It was just as Yao Moen had said. Regardless of whether Yi Junqing was willing or not, Yao Moen still set off from the imperial city as the marshal. On the day they set off, all of the common people of the imperial city came to watch. Chang'an Street was completely packed. Most of the young women who were still unmarried came to see Yi Junqing's face. Even though he wasn't wearing the marshal's armor, Yi Junqing was still the most eye-catching sight of the entire group. Under the silver armor, his face was handsome and cold. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes like stars, and his hair fluttered lightly. Yi Junqing held a silver spear as he sat on the horse. He looked majestic, completely different from his usual cultured and refined self. In the center of the group, Yao Moen was dressed in golden armor as she sat on a war chariot with 8 horses. She looked like a statue of Buddha, extravagant but lacking in dignity. Aside from those innocent young girls who kept following Yi Junqing, most of the people's gazes landed on Yao Moen. She looks proper, but she's actually just an embroidered pillow. commented passerby. She looks like an embroidered pillow, but she's actually just a pile of fodder, sighed passerby B. Fodder still has some use. There's a problem with your analogy, aw. Passerby 3's implied meaning was that Yao Mo1 wasn't even comparable to a pile of fodder. The entire imperial city, even the entire Great Chu, knew that the most beloved woman of the emperor, noble consort Yao, was a fool. Letting a fool be the marshal, if it wasn't because the emperor had a screw loose, then it was because the world had gone crazy. Yao Moan sat leisurely on the shining golden chariot. Her clear eyes swept over the disappointed and disdainful gazes of the surrounding commoners as she sighed ruefully. Yi Hongyi had truly made a mistake. He had only been thinking about how to get rid of Yi Junqing, but he hadn't considered that having a fool as the marshal would not only cause him to lose the morale of the army, he would also lose the hearts of the people. Doing this was no different from destroying the Great Wall. This expedition would be an important step for Yi Junqing to ascend to the throne. The army left the imperial city in a grandiose manner, heading straight for Guiyang. Before leaving, Yao Moan had Lu Xing stay in the palace. Whether it was Yao Sulwan or Yao Xiang residence, there had to be people watching over him. Since Yao Sulwan had already gone crazy, Yao Moan had deliberately left Lu Sha behind to protect Lu Xing. Yao Moan had already felt incredibly guilty when Tingyu had gotten injured last time. She had once vowed that as long as someone treated her wholeheartedly, she would treat them wholeheartedly. Not even 2 days after leaving the imperial city, the army encountered a torrential downpour. Yi Junqing ordered the army to temporarily slow down and set up tents in the forest they passed by. Under the military order, in less than a quarter of an hour, several hundred tents had been set up in the forest. Out of all of the tents, Yao Moan's was the most luxurious. The tent was made of silk and had crystal tassels. Inside, there was a tea set, an incense burner, a soft couch, and a curtain. It was practically like a miniature version of Guan Osprey Palace. Your Highness, the esteemed prince said that he needs to study the route of the army, so he doesn't have time to come. At this time, Tingyu had just run back from Yi Junqing's tent. That's why I said that your junior brother really has no mood. It's drizzling outside, so it's the perfect time to sip tea and enjoy the scenery. The most important thing right now is to not waste this beautiful scenery. Yao Moan looked towards the red-clothed Yan Nanxing with hidden bitterness and shook her head helplessly. Ahem. Wander, your mood is truly unique. Normal people really can't keep up with it. Yan Nanxing listened to the sound of the torrential downpour outside as he commented sincerely. Go tell the esteemed prince that this is a military order. If he doesn't come, this marshal will personally flog him. Yao Moan ignored Yan Nanxing's ridicule and turned to look towards Tingyu. Just as Tingyu was about to leave the tent, Yao Moan added, remember to remind him that he'll be flogged with his pants off. Yao Moan's words caused Yan Nanxing, who was sitting in front of her, to feel flustered. Just what kind of miserable life had his junior brother been living? Thus, Yan Nanxing decided to let bygones be bygones about Yi Junqing swindling him out of the 9 revivals pill. This could be considered a form of compensation for his miserable life. As expected, Yao Moan's move was effective. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Junqing appeared in front of Yao Moan and Yan Nanxing at lightning speed. You're looking for this prince. Yi Junqing suppressed the anger in his heart and did his best to make his tone sound normal, but to other people, it sounded extremely abnormal. It's Nanxing's orders. Moan is just passing on the message. When Yao Moan sensed Yi Junqing's suppressed anger, she leisurely raised her teacup and deliberately tossed the angry Yi Junqing to Yan Nanxing. Hey! Yan Nanxing was startled. He felt that Yao Moan's way of shifting the conflict was very unkind. You don't want to see him. Then Moan can have him go back. Yao Moan completely ignored Yan Nanxing's astonished gaze and spoke seriously. All right, I'm the one who wants to see him. This has nothing to do with you. Cough cough. Junqing, Feng Yihan already arrived at Xiantai yesterday. This person isn't easy to deal with. If you're not confident, I can help you get rid of him. After finding out that Yi Hongyi had sent Yi Junqing out to battle, Yan Nanxing had immediately come here. He was absolutely convinced that this was Yi Hongyi's scheme. No. No. Yi Junqing and Yao Moen practically refused at the same time. Why? Yan Nanxing looked towards the two people in front of him suspiciously. It was rare for them to have the same thoughts, but he found it hard to agree. After all, if they killed Feng Yihan, Great Chu would win without a fight. There didn't seem to be anything bad about that. On the battlefield, this prince isn't afraid of anyone. What you're doing is an insult to Junqing. Yi Junqing's words were forceful and his sharp gaze revealed his former elegance. Then why did one refuse? How could Yan Nanxing have forgotten about Yi Junqing's stubborn temper? He should have acted first and reported later. This time, he'd overreached himself. If something happened to Feng Yihan now, Yi Junqing would definitely blame it on him. Because the esteemed prince isn't afraid of anyone on the battlefield. Yao Moen repeated Yi Junqing's words. She felt that her words were very sincere, but in Yi Junqing's ears, they sounded like ridicule. As a result, after Yao Moen said this, she received a hateful glare from Yi Junqing. Are you sure that I don't need to interfere in this matter? Yan Nanxing had come here with the mentality of a savior, but when he saw Yi Junqing and Yao Moen simultaneously shake their heads, he instantly felt like a frosted eggplant. Thus, even though it was raining cats and dogs outside, Yan Nanxing still left without hesitation. As Yao Moen watched that red dress fluttering in the wind and rain, she sighed ruefully. Yan Nanxing was a good person. Perhaps she should consider returning Yin Shui to him. However, the moment this thought appeared in Yao Moen's mind, she felt like there were 10,000 little fairies clamoring in her ears. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Chapter 154. You really think that this prince will win this battle? When Yao Moen looked back, Yi Junqing was looking at her solemnly with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I'm very sure. Yao Moen nodded without hesitation. Why? Yi Junqing's eyes lit up even more. Because Moen is the marshal. Yao Moen's words caused a thunderous roar outside the tent. Yi Junqing felt that he really couldn't talk to Yao Moen anymore, so he flung his sleeves and stormed off. He didn't even hear what Yao Moen said next. Because you're the vanguard, the journey from the imperial city to Guiyang took about half a month. If the delay caused by the sudden downpour wasn't taken into account, the army had actually only traveled for 10 days. This was 5 days faster than Yao Moen had predicted. Just this alone was enough to prove that Yi Junqing's analysis of the route was accurate. This was what a so-called commander-in-chief should be like. At this time, Yao Moen had already slept in Guiyang's guest house from sunrise to sunset. When Yi Junqing returned after settling the army, Yao Moen stretched and climbed out of bed. Nyang nyang, dinner has been prepared. When Tingyu, who had been standing guard outside, heard her master's summons, she immediately pushed open the door and entered. And, has the esteemed prince returned yet? He's already returned. He just sent off General Du Zhan who was stationed in Guiyang. Tingyu picked up a comb to smooth Yao Moen's hair. Comb your hair into a bun that suits this hairpin. Yao Moen lazily walked to the dressing table and opened the drawer. She took out the immortal phoenix tail hairpin and handed it to Tingyu. Tingyu naturally obeyed and continued to carefully dress Yao Moen up. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yao Moen finally stepped into the main hall of the guest house. By now, Yi Junqing had already waited for about an hour. His originally gloomy face was even darker now. It's so easy to be a marshal. If you sleep a bit more, the sun will rise again. Yi Junqing didn't want to complain, but he really couldn't help it. Ever since he had followed his imperial father into battle at the age of 11, he had experienced all sorts of battles and followed quite a few marshals. However, he had never seen a marshal as irresponsible as Yao Moen. Whether it was setting up the formation or sending troops to battle, the marshal had to make the decision. Yao Moen, on the other hand, had to give military orders when she slept. Anyone who disturbed her would be punished according to military law. Really? If I had known earlier, I would have slept a little longer. Yao Moen walked gracefully to the table. The moment she sat down, she saw Yi Junqing walking over with a stack of paper. These are documents for dispatching troops. They need to be stamped. Hand over the marshal's seal, said Yi Junqing angrily as he placed the documents in front of Yao Moen. Does Prince not plan on letting Moen eat first before covering her with these things? Yao Moen looked at the table full of delicacies and suddenly felt a bit hungry. Seal first. Yi Junqing's patience had already reached its limit. Tingyu, find something to replace the commander's seal with. Yao Moen lazily leaned against the back of the chair and glanced towards the leg of the table. Yi Junqing felt suspicious and followed Yao Moen's gaze. When he saw the white jade commander's seal under the leg of the table, his face that was as handsome as an immortal instantly turned as black as charcoal. Yao Moen. Yi Junqing abruptly stood up and roared as he glared at Yao Moen. In Yi Junqing's eyes, the commander's seal was even more sacred and inviolable than the jade seal, yet Yao Moen was ruining something he viewed as a divine object. Giving the commander's seal to her was truly a waste. How loud! Moen is so scared that I don't know what to do. Tingyu, hurry and help this consort back to rest. I'm feeling dizzy. Yao Moen rubbed her forehead as she spoke seriously. It's this prince's fault. What do I have to do for you to be willing to stamp it? Yi Junqing sighed and forcefully swallowed his anger. Then he looked towards Yao Moen coldly. Since things had already reached this point, what else could he do? Besides, he urgently needed Yao Moen to stamp the document. Prince, why don't you try smiling? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. I can't smile, said Yi Junqing coldly. He just wanted to cry. When Yao Moen saw that Yi Junqing had reached his limit, she mercifully stopped teasing him. Instead, she took the commander's seal from Tingyu and stamped it on the document. In reality, Yao Moen's actions weren't entirely to tease Yi Junqing. She was more to create a false impression so that Yi Hongyi, who was far away in the imperial city, would be satisfied. Based on her understanding of Yi Hongyi, Guiyang would definitely have secret envoys reporting to the imperial city about what was happening here. Of course, with Yin Shui present, those envoys wouldn't be able to get close to the guest house. It's done stamping. Is Prince satisfied now? When Yao Moen handed the commander's seal to Tingyu, Yi Junqing had already taken the document. Just as Yi Junqing was about to leave, he suddenly noticed the immortal phoenix tail hairpin in Yao Moen's hair. This. Why is this on your head? Yi Junqing clearly remembered that he had already tossed it into the dry well not far from Guan Osprey Palace. Fortunately, the one Moen gave Prince was only an imitation. Otherwise, it would truly be a pity if such a precious thing were to be buried in a dry well. Yao Moen stroked the immortal phoenix tail hairpin as she said this in relief. When Yi Junqing heard this, 3 black lines appeared on his forehead and he looked towards Yao Moen with clenched teeth. The one you gave this prince was fake. Yi Junqing was shocked and cursed Yao Moen 10,000 times. There was no lower limit to black-bellied shamelessness. Of course it's fake. Prince couldn't tell. Yi Junqing was already immune to Yao Moen's innocent appearance. At this time, Yi Junqing was fiercely suppressing the anger in his heart. He really wished that Yao Moen was a man. That way, he could vent his anger without restraint. In reality, if Prince wanted to attack, Moen wouldn't retaliate. However, is Prince certain that you can defeat Yin Shui? Yao Moen seemed to have seen through Yi Junqing's thoughts and added insult to injury. Yi Junqing took a deep breath and forced himself to comfort himself with the phrase, "A good man doesn't fight with a woman." Fine, he admitted that he wasn't a match for Yin Shui. Just as Yi Junqing was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard the meow of a cat. "Jewel. You even brought a cat." When he saw the snow-white kitten squatting at the entrance, Yi Junqing's heart, which had calmed down a little, instantly flared up. Did she think that he was here to have fun? So Si Qing's older sister is called Jewel. A clear voice sounded leisurely, followed by a wave of faint fragrance. The white-robed immortal general suddenly appeared at the entrance of the main hall. His handsome features were well-defined, his face was like jade, his eyes were resplendent, his nose was high, and his lips were smiling. Feng Yihan bent down slightly to pick up the little kitten called Si Qing. He stepped into the main hall and walked leisurely towards Yi Junqing. "Esteemed Prince, long time no see." Feng Yihan ignored Yi Junqing's shock and turned to sit down next to Yao Moen. As soon as Yihan got the news that Consort Yao was coming, he immediately got up and brought Si Qing to Xiantai. It's just that Consort Yao made Yihan wait for so long. She clearly arrived yesterday, but Yihan just had to wait until tonight. Feng Yihan's complaint sounded extremely ambiguous. At this time, Yi Junqing, who was about to go berserk, suddenly changed his mind. He turned around and sat down next to Yao Moen. "You called him over." Yi Junqing couldn't wait to ask the obvious question. King Qi is too considerate. Moen really didn't think that King Qi would personally come to Xiantai and bring Si Qing over. Yao Moen ignored Yi Junqing's question and immediately pulled Si Qing over from Feng Yihan's arms. She gave her a fierce kiss. "Yihan wouldn't miss any chance to see Moen," said Feng Yihan gently. Yao Moen glanced at Feng Yihan's eyes. They were resplendent and no longer had the sorrow and forbearance from before. Chapter 155. Apparently, the coup in Qi had been very intense. Feng Duo had resisted until the very end, resulting in countless casualties. The old king of Qi had also been placed under house arrest by Feng Yihan. The current Feng Yihan was like a phoenix that had been reborn from the ashes. He was radiant and had an imposing appearance. The aura of a king that emanated from his bones was unbearable to look at. "Is he very familiar with you?" When Yi Junqing heard Feng Yihan call Yao Moen so intimately, a trace of bitterness appeared in his heart. Even if King Qi hadn't come, Moen still wanted to personally come to Qi to thank him. Moen knows the value of the immortal phoenix tail hairpin very well. Yao Moen stroked Si Qing gently as her eyes sparkled. "Do you guys think that this prince is dead?" "Feng Yihan, if you know what's good for you, then immediately retreat. Otherwise, this prince definitely won't care about our friendship on the battlefield." Yi Junqing was furious. The feeling of being ignored, especially by Yao Moen, was truly uncomfortable. "You didn't leave." Before Feng Yihan could speak, Yao Moen suddenly turned to look at him in surprise. Yao Moen's question almost caused Yi Junqing to fall to the ground. He was a living person, could she not see? Was she blind? Was she? "Esteemed prince, you don't have to worry about this. Even if Yihan cares about our friendship, it wouldn't be Prince's friendship. Furthermore, Yihan is the ruler of a country, so he wouldn't appear on the battlefield," said Feng Yihan lightly, his gaze never leaving Yao Moen for even a second. "This prince won't just take back 3 prefectures." Yi Junqing looked towards Feng Yihan proudly. No matter who it was, they had to pay the price for invading Great Chu. Ihan will wait and see. Feng Yihan looked towards Yi Junqing indifferently as if he didn't care about Yi Junqing's threat. This is Guiyang guest house after all. King Qi shouldn't stay for long. Marshal Mo, given the current situation, Junqing has reason to believe that you're selling out the country. Yi Junqing stood up angrily, his gaze cold. And any normal person would think that. Yao Moan nodded slightly in agreement. Yao Moan's reaction completely infuriated Yi Junqing. He suspected that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from attacking, so he got up and left. Feng Yihan couldn't help but feel disappointed as he watched Yi Junqing's figure fade out of sight. Yi Junqing doesn't know how lucky he is. Yihan is really envious. Yihan really is envious. Feng Yihan's clear eyes returned to Yao Moan and a hint of ambiguity flashed through them. Based on his feelings for eldest sister, it's worth Moan risking her life for him. In front of Feng Yihan, Yao Moan didn't hold back from admitting that she treated Yi Junqing differently. Yihan has repaid this favor, but from Yi Junqing's words, it seems that it's not just about taking back 3 cities. Feng Yihan looked towards Yao Moan meaningfully. 500,000 gold taels for Qi's Linxi prefecture, how about it? Yao Mo Wan went straight to the point and got right to the point. King Yihan, to Jin to Qi, Yun. It's not worth much in King Qi's eyes, but in Moan's eyes, it's priceless. This was the first time Yi Junqing was going out to battle after becoming dispirited. Not only did Yao Moan want Yi Junqing to obtain a complete victory, she also wanted Yi Junqing's name to shine again. She wanted all of Great Chu's soldiers to know that Yi Junqing was an irreplaceable existence in Great Chu. What do you get in the end for doing all this for Yi Junqing? Feng Yihan couldn't help but want to know. Don't worry. Yao Moan's lips curved slightly, but there was a hint of sorrow in her smile. The next day, when Yi Junqing appeared in the main hall, Tingyu rushed over. Prince, something big has happened. Her Highness has disappeared. Tingyu's eyes were red. Even though she was standing, her body was still trembling. What do you mean by disappeared? Yi Junqing furrowed his brows as he looked towards Tingyu. Prince, this servant is telling the truth. Her Highness was a bit drunk last night, so this servant helped her back to her room to rest. This morning, this servant waited for a long time but didn't see her wake up. When this servant opened the door, she wasn't in the room at all. What should we do? Prince, you have to save her. As Tingyu said this, she knelt down in front of Yi Junqing with tears streaming down her face. Tingyu, you really didn't follow your master for nothing. You've received quite a bit of her teachings. Your acting is so real. If it wasn't for the fact that this prince is incomparably wise and far-sighted, this prince would definitely be fooled by you. Where's your master? Hurry and call her out, said Yi Junqing. Prince, this servant isn't lying. Her Highness really has disappeared. Tingyu kowtowed fiercely as she sobbed. With Yin Shui here, she can only make other people disappear. How could she have disappeared? If you don't call her out, this prince will personally go. Yi Junqing said angrily. Just as he was about to step into the bedroom, he saw Yin Shui appear in front of him like a ghost. Replying Prince, Master really has disappeared. Yesterday, Yin Shui had been protecting Master the entire time, but after midnight, King Qi suddenly came to visit and said that he had something important to discuss with Master. Master hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she gave Yin Shui a secret signal and didn't allow Yin Shui to follow. Even now, Yin Shui still hasn't discovered that Master has returned. She's probably captured by King Qi, said Yin Shui with a pained expression. Really? Yi Junqing's heart shook as he looked towards Yin Shui in doubt. Prince doesn't trust Yin Shui. Yin Shui furrowed her brows in disappointment. Then why didn't you go save her? Yi Junqing was still doubtful. After all, he had known Yao Moen for so long, and she was the only one who made others suffer. No one had ever been able to take advantage of her. Yin Shui just returned from Xiantai. Feng Yihan was there, but he didn't find any traces of Master. Yin Shui didn't dare to beat the grass and startle the snake, so she came back to report to Prince, said Yin Shui calmly. Feng Yihan, he's actually biting the hand that fed him, roared Yi Junqing, then he strode out of the main hall. Only when Yi Junqing was far away did Ting Yu walk over to Yin Shui's side. Thank goodness you were here. Ting Yu rubbed her chest. Her heart was still thumping wildly. After all, it really wasn't easy to lie under Yi Junqing's sharp gaze. This is the first time Yin Shui has ever lied in her life. Yin Shui felt a bit sad. But it definitely won't be the last. It'll be fine once you get used to it. We all need to temper ourselves. Ting Yu's consolation caused Yin Shui to feel even sadder. Before Yi Junqing could think of a countermeasure, the news of Yao Moen being captured had already been exposed. The officers in the army were more delighted than sympathetic. To them, this wasn't a bad thing. After all, no one was willing to listen to an idiot. Compared to Yao Moen, Yi Junqing was more popular. The news quickly spread to the imperial city. 3 days later, an urgent imperial edict was sent to Guiyang. By the will of the heavens, the emperor declares, we have learned that Consort Yao has been captured and are enraged. Yi Junqing failed to protect his master and should be severely punished. Out of concern for Consort Yao, we have specially appointed Yi Junqing as the commander-in-chief. He must rescue Consort Yao safely. If anything happens to Consort Yao, Yi Junqing shall take his own life on the spot. When the eunuch finished reading the imperial edict, all of the attendants in the guest house had furious expressions. Only Yi Junqing calmly accepted the imperial edict. If anything happens to Yao Moen, he would personally apologize in front of Ma Xin. This was what Yi Junqing thought. Inside the virtuous pavilion, Yao Moen brought a delicious fish to Si Qing. Si Qing picked up the fish with his mouth and walked over to Feng Yihan's feet to eat in peace. To be able to take out 500,000 taels of gold without batting an eyelid, Moen's wealth is beyond Yihan's imagination. Feng Yihan was astonished when he saw the banknotes Yao Moen handed to him. It's worth the money. Moen has no reason to feel heartache, replied Yao Moen indifferently. The money and goods were settled so that Feng Yihan wouldn't have any sudden changes. Chapter 156. There's no right or wrong, there's only success or failure. The bank on this banknote is actually in Qi. Moen doesn't even trust me. After realizing this, Feng Yihan felt inexplicably disappointed. King Qi's words are too serious. If I didn't trust King Qi, why would Moen hand over the banknote in advance? It's just that Moen has always been cautious and doesn't target anyone, said Yao Moen truthfully. Right at this time, a gust of wind blew past and Yin Shui suddenly appeared in front of Yao Moen. Reporting to Master, Yi Hongyi has decreed that Yi Junqing is to be the marshal and that he must rescue Master or commit suicide, reported Yin Shui. That's to be expected. Go back first and report immediately if there's anything. Yao Moen dismissed Yin Shui with a wave of her hand. Actually, Yihan feels that Yi Hongyi has treated you well. Helping Yi Junqing like this isn't very fair to him. Feng Yihan gave an objective evaluation from an outsider's point of view. There's no right or wrong in the struggle for the throne, there's only success or failure. There's no fairness to speak of. King Qi should understand this. As for Moen's attitude, there's no need for outsiders to know, said Yao Moen calmly, but no one knew how heavy her heart was. There's no right or wrong, there's only success or failure. Being born into an imperial family, no matter if one succeeds or fails, they're both sorrowful. Feng Yihan smiled bitterly. Although he was the winner of that internal conflict, he actually didn't feel like laughing when he sat on that dragon throne that everyone could only look up to but could not reach. Being sorrowful is better than being sorrowful. Feng Duo is currently in the Chu Palace and is currently recruiting his former subordinates, waiting for an opportunity. Yao Moen took a deep breath and looked towards Feng Yihan. In the past, Feng Duo tried to kill me without any mercy, but today, I can't bear to do it myself. Feng Yihan smiled bitterly as he picked up Si Qing, who was licking her lips after eating her fill, and said slowly. It seems that Prince will owe Moen a favor. Yao Moen smiled knowingly. A favor from Feng Yihan wasn't something that just anyone could ask for. After receiving the imperial edict, Yi Junqing had tried to send greeting cards to Xiantai several times, but no matter if it was in his capacity as the esteemed prince or in private, Feng Yihan rejected them all. With no other choice, Yi Junqing finally decided to attack Xiantai 3 days after Yao Moen was captured. What Yi Junqing found inconceivable was that Virtuous Stage Qi's defense was disorderly and couldn't even withstand a single blow. After a day, he was already standing in the main hall of Virtuous Stage Guest House. Even so, the Chu army's morale was greatly boosted. Everyone in the army praised Yi Junqing for his godly military skills and that he truly lived up to his reputation as a legend on the battlefield. In the following 2 days, Yi Junqing continued to press his advantage and recaptured Jinmen and Nanchuan counties, continuing this legend. The soldiers and civilians of the 3 counties all referred to Yi Junqing as a war god. Only Yi Junqing himself knew that Feng Yihan definitely wasn't capable of this. He was intentionally going easy on them, but he couldn't understand what Feng Yihan's goal was. Inside Linshi guest house, Yao Mo rubbed her forehead as she dozed off. She had the habit of choosing her bed for a long time. She had changed 3 guest houses in 3 days and she really couldn't take it anymore. Do you think Yi Junqing won't suspect anything if we take down 3 cities in 3 days? Feng Yihan carried breakfast into the main hall. When he saw the dark circles around Yao Mo's eyes, a trace of heartache welled up in his heart. However, Feng Yihan instantly suppressed that indescribable feeling because he knew that no matter how deep his feelings were, he wouldn't be able to obtain this woman's heart. Her heart was completely devoted to Yi Junqing. Unfortunately, after Feng Yihan lost his heart, he finally understood that if emotions could be suppressed, there wouldn't be so many unforgettable songs etched in his heart. After experiencing hundreds of battles, how could he not see the problem? But it doesn't matter, it's fine as long as the common people believe him. The effect Moen wanted has already appeared. I'm sure that the common people of Great Chu will be talking about Yi Junqing's miraculous feat of capturing 3 counties in 3 days. The current Yi Junqing's worth has doubled. Yao Mo rubbed her forehead as a relieved smile appeared in her eyes. This crucial step had gone extremely smoothly for her. So you wanted to make Yi Junqing a god. This way, even if Yi Hongyi wanted to harm Yi Junqing, he'd still have to consider the opinions of the common people of Great Chu. Feng Yihan nodded in understanding, then placed the tray in front of Yao Mo. To be able to have King Qi personally serve Moen food, this is the good fortune of several lifetimes. Yao Mo appeared extremely relaxed now that the weight on her heart had been lifted. Is that so, if? Feng Yihan hesitated. He really wanted to say, if you're willing, you can serve it for a lifetime without a problem, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. If what? Yao Mo lifted the ginseng porridge and asked reflexively. If Yi Junqing is able to take down Linshi in 1 day, I'm sure that this legend will definitely be spread to the point of being miraculous. Feng Yihan changed the subject. When Yao Mo-wan heard this, she slowly put down the ginseng porridge and looked straight at Feng Yihan. Am I wrong? Asked Feng Yihan when he saw the light in Yao Mo-wan's eyes. If you want this legend to be spread to the point of being miraculous, there's actually a better way. In the end, Feng Yihan didn't understand Yao Mo-wan at all. If it was Yi Junqing in her place, he would definitely make a run for it, because the word scheme was clearly written in Yao Mo-wan's eyes. What method? Asked Feng Yihan fearlessly. If Yi Junqing is able to take down Lin Shi in 3 days and capture King Qi at the same time, I'm sure that this matter will definitely shock the entire court. I'm sure this matter will shock all levels of society. Yao Moen's eyes were as bright as stars. Ahem, it's shocked the entire court. The common people of Daki will definitely think that their emperor is an idiot. Feng Yihan suddenly wanted to slap himself. Just by looking at Yao Mo-wan's expression, he could tell that this idea had come up with on the spur of the moment. Actually, Yihan feels that there's a saying that makes a lot of sense. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. A tree that stands out on the shore will be stirred up by the waves. Warner, don't you think that raising Yi Junqing up too high is actually a kind of harm to him? Feng Yihan wanted to use all the methods he had to convince Yao Mo-wan to give up on this idea. Mo-wan, on the other hand, feels that sometimes, being harmed isn't a completely bad thing. For example, if she hadn't been completely harmed by Yi Hongyi, she would definitely have lived her entire life in ignorance. She would never have known that the person sleeping next to her was a beast in human skin. Being harmed had allowed her to see other people clearly and also see herself clearly. Actually, if King Qi doesn't agree, Moen won't force him. After all, you're the monarch of a country. Doing this would make Moen seem a bit selfish. Yao Moen loosened the reins only to grasp them better. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable disappointment. Forget it, this prince will agree. This counts as returning the favor I owed Warner before. Feng Yihan really couldn't bear to see Yao Mo-wan's sad and disappointed expression, so he just agreed. Moen is endlessly grateful that King Qi agreed. However, the root of this matter is still King Qi returning the favor to Yi Junqing. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the favor you owe Moen. So strictly speaking, King Qi still owes Moen a favor. Yao Mo-wan's sad expression disappeared as she explained this solemnly. When Feng Yihan heard this, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blow past him. The bleakness and loneliness made him feel incredibly disoriented. He asked himself 10,000 times in his heart, what was going on? What was going on? Had he been pushed into a trap by Yao Mo-wan? Even though he felt like he had been tricked, Feng Yihan still fulfilled his promise. Thus, after ordering Lin Shi to guard the city for 3 days, the moment Yi Junqing led his troops to break into the city, Feng Yihan was unwillingly captured by Yi Junqing. At this time, Feng Yihan was leisurely sitting in the main hall of Lin Shi guest house, sipping tea. His expression was happy and content, without the slightest hint of sorrow or resentment from being captured. Chapter 157. All of you, leave. The second Yi Junqing walked into the main hall, he dismissed all of the guards and personally closed the door tightly. Where's Yao Moen? Yi Junqing's brows were sharp and his voice was filled with anxiety and unease. She's waiting at Anqing's guest house for Yihan to return. Feng Yihan took a sip of tea, his voice sounding slightly helpless. Why are you going easy on this prince? This doesn't make sense. With Feng Yihan in hand, Yi Junqing's heart finally calmed down. At the very least, he could guarantee that Yao Moen's life wouldn't be in danger. In front of Yao Moen, her words are reason. Feng Yihan had to admit that Yao Moen really did have that ability. She was able to turn everything that went against her way of thinking into sophistry. This prince doesn't understand. Yi Junqing slowly sat down in front of Feng Yihan. Even though he felt that this entire situation was strange, he couldn't figure out the ins and outs. That day in the Chu Palace, Moen and Prince saved Yihan from danger. Yihan promised Moen that he would definitely repay it in the future. At the time, Moen asked for a favor on Prince's behalf. Today, Yihan is returning this favor. Feng Yihan originally didn't want to tell Yi Junqing, but he really couldn't ignore the fact that Yao Moen had done everything for Yi Junqing while Yi Junqing only had Yao Moxin in his heart. Even if Yao Moen didn't admit it, Feng Yihan could tell that Yi Junqing was the one Yao Moen had set her sights on. King Qi feigned defeat and retreated to return Junqing's favor. Yi Junqing knew very well that his army wasn't that invincible and that Qi's army wasn't that weak. It wasn't feigning defeat and retreating, it was sending troops to Great Chu. Feng Yihan put down his teacup and corrected him. What King Qi means is that you're sending troops to Great Chu to return a favor to Junqing, asked Yi Junqing in disbelief. Although Yihan doesn't know what Prince encountered in the Chu Palace, it was indeed Moen who asked Yihan to send troops as soon as possible, which is why this battle took place. Prince attacking Linxi and capturing Yihan were all Yao Moen's ideas, said Feng Yihan. Why is she doing this? Is Prince Qi so willing to listen to her orders? As for the reason, Yi Junqing would figure it out himself. Right now, he wanted to know why Feng Yihan was so obedient towards Yao Moen. If it was just to return a favor, he wouldn't have gone this far. For the woman I love, it's an honor to listen to her. Feng Yihan had a good impression of Yao Moen, but it wasn't to the point where it was deeply engraved in his heart. The reason he was saying this was to provoke Yi Junqing and make him understand that there were some people who, once missed, could never be found again. At that time, when Feng Yihan saw Yao Moen crying in sadness, he was filled with regret for his actions. You like Yao Moen. Yi Junqing's eyes widened as he looked towards Feng Yihan in disbelief. A sour feeling welled up in his heart. Otherwise, why would Yihan give Moen an immortal phoenix tail hairpin? Why did she call that cat Si Qing? Why did it listen to her so obediently? It's because Yihan has set his sights on this woman. Each of Feng Yihan's words stabbed into Yi Junqing's heart like thorns. The faint feeling of hurt and jealousy made it hard for Yi Junqing to determine his own attitude. Jealousy. But he had no reason to be jealous. The one he loved was Moxin. This wouldn't change in this life or the next. If it wasn't jealousy, then what was this stifling feeling? She's Great Chu's imperial noble consort, she's not someone you can covet. Yi Junqing looked towards Feng Yihan angrily, temporarily putting aside the messy feelings in his heart. In Yihan's heart, she's just her. As long as she nods, she can become the Empress of Great Qi in a matter of minutes. Feng Yihan's words were abnormally firm and powerful. His clear eyes shone brilliantly. Yi Junqing could tell that Feng Yihan wasn't lying. She agreed. Yi Junqing didn't seem to notice the worry and apprehension in his voice, but Feng Yihan noticed the change in his expression. Yi Junqing cared about Yao Moen. This was good. As long as Yao Moen's efforts were reciprocated, it was good. If she agreed, would I still be sitting here? Feng Yihan said bitterly, but Yi Junqing was all smiles. Right now, Yi Junqing's expression was one of delight at Feng Yihan's misfortune. Thus, after 2 days of stalemate, Yi Junqing finally used Feng Yihan to exchange Yao Moen for Anqing's garrison general. In front of the two armies, Feng Yihan and Yao Moen looked at each other as they walked. As they brushed past each other, Feng Yihan spoke with some anticipation. When will we be able to see Moen again? When King Qi returns Moen's favor, we'll naturally meet again. Yao Moen smiled towards Feng Yihan. Although that smile was as brilliant as a spring flower, it caused a chill to run down Feng Yihan's back. It was already so much trouble to return Yi Juanqing's favor, if he were to return Yao Mowen's favor. He didn't dare to think about it, he didn't dare to think about it. On the second day after Yao Mowen was exchanged, Yi Juanqing received an urgent imperial edict from Yi Hongyi. The general meaning was that he had to bring Yao Mowen back to the imperial city as quickly as possible. The words "we miss you dearly" made Yi Juanqing feel rather uncomfortable. On the way back to the capital, Yao Mowen would invite Yi Juanqing to drink tea in the war chariot every time. Yi Juanqing didn't refuse and even came uninvited a few times. This made Yao Mowen feel rather flattered. For you, Feng Yihan was willing to hand over Linxi to Great Chu. It can be said that he has deep feelings for you. Yi Juanqing drank 3 to 5 cups of tea and stewed for a long time before opening his mouth to probe. After all, Feng Yihan wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Yi Hongyi. It was only natural that Yao Mowen would be moved by him. This was what Yi Juanqing thought. If Feng Yihan gave Prince 500,000 taels of gold, would Prince be willing to give virtuous stage, Jin Men, and Nanchuan to him? Replied Yao Mowen indifferently. 500,000 taels of gold. You gave him 500,000 taels of gold. Yi Juanqing immediately stood up and looked towards Yao Mowen in disbelief. Prince's reaction isn't too slow. Yao Mowen didn't deny the truth. 500,000 taels is enough to buy 50 linxi. You're truly generous. You couldn't have fallen in love with Feng Yihan, right? Otherwise, how could you have fallen in love with him? Yi Juanqing suddenly sat back down in front of Yao Mowen and looked towards her seriously. That's right, otherwise why would I wear an immortal phoenix tail hairpin to see him? Yao Mowen's cherry lips curved into a smile. She was like a little yellow flower blooming in a forest of greenery, swaying happily in the wind. Your Great Chu's imperial noble consort, how could you like Feng Yihan? Yi Juanqing looked towards Yao Mowen angrily as if she had done something disgraceful. Your Great Chu's esteemed prince, don't you also like Yao Moxin? Yao Mowen's words made Yi Juanqing speechless. When Yao Mowen saw that Yi Juanqing was silent, she suddenly smiled. Don't worry, even if Mowen likes you, she wouldn't like Feng Yihan. Linxi's value isn't just 500,000 taels of gold. 10 of the iron mines there are worth more than 500,000 taels. Yao Mowen's sneaky expression caused Yi Juanqing's heart to turn cold. He just knew that the person who could take advantage of Yao Mowen in this world hadn't appeared yet. At this moment, he couldn't help but sympathize with Feng Yihan. If he could see Yao Mowen's expression right now, he might die from anger. How did you know that there were iron mines in Linxi? Yi Juanqing was skeptical. Mowen's iron mines in Mongyuan are in short supply, so they naturally need to be developed. Mowen obtained this information not too long ago. I didn't think that I would be able to seize this opportunity. Yao Mowen was pleased with herself as she sipped her tea. Linxi is now under the imperial court, so the imperial court will personally mine it. It's not your turn. Yi Juanqing disapproved. Chapter 158. Your Highness, remember this saying. Money makes the world go round. Silver is white, but people's eyes are black. When black eyes meet white silver, they will turn red. There's no one in this world who can't live with money. The officials in those prefectures understand this very well, so as long as Mowen is willing to pay enough silver, they definitely won't report Linxi's situation. Yao Mowen was full of confidence. The craftiness in her eyes stunned Yi Juanqing for a moment. Back then, Yao Moxin would often have this kind of expression. Prince, are you stunned? Do you feel that Mowen is incomparably wise and farsighted? When Yao Mowen saw that Yi Juanqing's gaze had stopped on her face and seemed to be looking past her, she knew that he had found Yao Moxin's shadow in her. Even though she tried her best to restrain herself, they were still the same person. She couldn't stop herself from deliberately avoiding her previous expressions and actions. Fortunately, they were blood sisters, so it wasn't hard to explain. It's more accurate to say that she's incomparably cunning. Poor Feng Yihan. Yi Junqing couldn't help but sigh. However, he didn't really pity Feng Yihan. In fact, he even felt a bit of joy. 10 days later, when the troops returned to the imperial city, Chang'an Street was still completely surrounded. This time, all the common people had come to see Yi Junqing's glory. In 3 days, he had taken down 3 prefectures, taken down Linxi, and captured Prince Qi alive. This matter had already allowed Yi Junqing to regain his former glory. The halo of light above his head was even more dazzling than before. Naturally, there were a few people who looked at Yao Moen, but their gazes were filled with disdain. Truly a femme fatale. Passerby glared at Yao Moen as he commented. She's a femme fatale who can't accomplish anything, but is good at spoiling things. Passerby B embellished. She's a femme fatale who can't accomplish anything, but is good at spoiling things. She's a simple-minded idiot femme fatale. Passerby C embellished. On the shining chariot, even though Yao Moen didn't hear the curses and insults, she was sure that they were extremely unpleasant to hear. However, the more unpleasant they were, the happier she was. She had truly profited greatly for Yi Junqing on this trip. Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the tall walls and green tiles. She was finally back. Yi Hongyi, Yao Silwan, have you been well? As soon as they entered the palace, Yi Hongyi helped Yao Moen out of the palanquin with both hands and pulled her into his embrace. My Wan, you must be terrified. It's my fault for letting you go to war. If something happens to you, what should I do? Her hoarse voice was filled with unconcealable guilt and regret. Yao Mo Wan lifted her delicate little face to look towards Yi Hongyi. We won this battle, but Wan is not a competitive person. Yao Moen's voice carried a heavy sobbing tone, but there was a trace of disdain in her heart. When she saw that Yi Hongyi's eyes were dark and his complexion was waxy yellow, she knew that he was extremely worried. How ridiculous! Yi Hongyi, you truly don't know what's good for you. Back then, I wholeheartedly did everything I could for you, yet you were so ungrateful that you killed your wife and son. Now, I wholeheartedly did everything I could to harm you, yet you pity me so much that you can't sleep at night. Tell me, don't you think your life is worthless? We know, we've always known. Let's not talk about this anymore. Wan, we are very gratified that you were able to return safely. Tonight, we will definitely hold a banquet in the Imperial Garden to welcome you and get rid of the bad luck on your body. Yi Hongyi's heart ached as he pulled Yao Moen towards Guan Osprey Palace. He wasn't willing to let go for even a moment. Your Majesty, the esteemed prince saved my life this time, so he told Wan, to ask your Majesty to let him return to the esteemed prince residence. Yao Moen stammered. Behind her, Yi Junqing was shocked. When had he ever said something like this? Perhaps it was because he was too worried about Yao Moen, but Yi Hongyi had forgotten that Yi Junqing was still behind him. This time, he had shot himself in the foot. Not only did he fail to get rid of Yi Junqing, he even made him famous. Yi Hongyi regretted this so much that his intestines turned green. Junqing, we know that you've done a great service this time. We will naturally reward you according to your contributions later. As for where to stay, if you stay in Guan Osprey Palace, it'll be more convenient for us to discuss state affairs with you, so don't return to the residence for now. Staying in Guan Osprey Palace is better. Yi Hongyi thought for a moment, then feigned civility as he refused. This subject brother obeys. Yi Junqing cupped his fists and lowered his head. As he watched Yi Hongyi walk in front with Yao Moen in his arms, Yi Juanqing's heart felt a bit heavy, a bit sad, and also a bit pained. Yao Moen clearly didn't like His Majesty, so it was probably very difficult for her to pretend. That night, Yi Hongyi didn't go back on his word. He set up an extremely extravagant banquet for Yao Moen in the imperial garden. During the banquet, all of the concubines who had been hoping for nothing more than for Yao Moen to die outside bowed and kowtowed to congratulate Yao Moen for surviving the calamity and even offered to dance to liven things up. During the entire banquet, Yi Hongyi held Yao Moen in his arms the entire time. From time to time, he would personally feed her fruit wine and delicacies. This scene made it clear to all of the concubines that Yao Moen was currently the most favored person in the 6 palaces. Yao Moen accompanied Yi Hongyi to play the game of deep love, perfunctorily responding to his vows of undying love. Now, even if Yi Hongyi held his heart in front of Yao Moen, it wouldn't move her heart in the slightest. After tossing and turning for an entire night, Yao Moen finally dragged her loose body out of bed at noon the next day. Even after Tingyu helped her freshen up, Yao Moen still felt very tired. This servant kowtows in salute to your highness. When Yao Moen walked out of the main hall, Lu Xing had already been waiting outside for 2 hours. Stand up and speak. Yao Moen had truly missed Lu Xing for the past month. Fortunately, she had Lu Sha's protection, so she didn't worry too much. Replying Your Highness, this servant discovered that Consort Li has been having secret meetings with the luminescent prince in the rear wing of the Cold Palace's garden for the past 2 days. Lu Xing truthfully reported the results of his investigation to Yao Moen. The luminescent prince. She really has good taste. What about Prime Minister Yao Fu? Is Li Qingqing still peaceful? A cold light flashed through Yao Moen's eyes. She hadn't seen him for a month and Yao Sulwan's guts had grown bigger. This path of no return was something she had chosen herself. How could Yi Zixiao be someone she could control? In the end, she would probably be gnawed to the point where not even her bones would be left. Replying Your Highness, ever since Madame was imprisoned in Proud Pavilion by Master for half a month, she has calmed down. Perhaps it was out of respect for little young Master that Master released Madame. However, Lu Xing recently discovered that Madame has started to embezzle Prime Minister Fu's wealth and has close relations with that teacher Wu Zicheng. She seems to have the intention of secretly escaping, said Lu Xing truthfully. Li Qingqing isn't as peaceful as Su Muzi. Let her do as she pleases for now. When the time is right, Ben Gong will catch her in the act, said Yao Moen sternly. Yes. Lu Xing nodded respectfully and left. At the side, Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Your Highness, are you not planning on letting Li Qingqing go? Back then, Master was much more lenient towards Su Muzi, Tingyu thought. Is she worth it? Back then, it wasn't Yao Zhenting who forced her to marry into Prime Minister Yao Fu. However, in the end, she's still a mother, so Ben Gong will let her live. Yao Moen's clear eyes lowered slightly as she casually picked up a cup of tea. The moment she lifted the lid, she saw Yi Juanqing's figure appear at the palace gates. When Tingyu saw that it was Yi Juanqing, she tactfully withdrew. After these past few days of observation, Tingyu knew that everything Master had done was for this man. If she still didn't know what was important, then she wasn't worthy of staying by Master's side. You're up so early, it's not even dark yet. Once Tingyu left, Yi Juanqing slowly walked to Yao Moen's side. His teasing tone contained a hint of displeasure. His Majesty is too intense, what can Moen do? Yao Moen sipped her tea indifferently as a dim light flashed through her eyes. She suddenly doubted whether her words were an explanation or a test. Perhaps it was time for her to adjust her mentality. Chapter 159. Yi Juanqing fell silent when he heard this. An indescribable feeling of suffocation welled up in his chest. He reminded himself once again that the person he loved was Yao Moxin. He didn't know when, but these reminders became more and more frequent. It was as if he would forget if he didn't remind himself. Actually, if you don't love His Majesty, then why bother pandering to him? Yi Junqing said this lightly, but he secretly suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. Moen didn't pander to him, it was His Majesty who stuck close to him. How could a fool pander to him? Cough cough. It's already past the time for lunch. Prince couldn't have specially come to see if Moen had woken up yet, right? No matter if it was an explanation or a test, Yao Moen felt that talking about this topic with Yi Junqing put a lot of pressure on her. This prince wants to know why you had Feng Yihan attack Great Chu. He said it was to return a favor to this prince, but this prince doesn't understand. Yi Junqing restrained the sadness in his eyes and said this solemnly. That's right, with how much His Majesty doted on Yao Moen, she didn't need to pander to him at all. All she had to do was sit there and do nothing and she would be doted on by everyone. If it wasn't for this battle, both of us would be in danger. We might even be in the Yellow Springs right now. Yao Moen put down the teacup and walked over to the chaise lounge to pick up Fluffy. Ever since she gave birth to Jewel and Si Qing, Fluffy had become unbelievably lazy. Because of Yi Liu. It wasn't that Yi Junqing didn't understand some things, he just didn't want to think about them. How could His Majesty not know what kind of temper Yi Liu has? How daring would he have to be to have an affair with Yao Sulwan in a shack? Adding on the matter of Yuangfu, even if there was no evidence, His Majesty would still point the finger at Prince. So even though Prince was already under house arrest in Guan Osprey Palace, His Majesty was still worried. After this battle, if His Majesty wants to touch Prince again, he'll have to first consider the mood of the generals in court and the public opinion of Great Chu's people. Yao Moen had told him the truth because she wanted Yi Junqing to be more vigilant. Even though he was in the imperial palace, his situation was still not optimistic. So you did all of this just to protect this prince's life? Yi Junqing felt a bit sorrowful. Not so long ago, he had actually been protected by a woman. Although Moen doesn't want to admit it, in reality, Moen and Prince are already in the same boat. If something happens to Prince, Moen won't be able to escape unscathed. This is especially true since Yi Liu has exposed Moen's deep schemes to His Majesty on more than one occasion. Even if His Majesty thinks that this is just Yao Sulwan's instigation, as time goes on, His Majesty will grow suspicious sooner or later. Moen must make preparations. What do you mean by preparing in advance? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Even though they'd known each other for so many days, he still couldn't guess what was going on in Yao Moen's head. Of course it's Prince. If His Majesty decides to chop off Moen's head one day, surely Prince won't just sit and watch. Yao Moen wanted to make herself Yi Junqing's responsibility. Only a person with a responsibility would give up so easily. You're not joking, right? This prince doesn't even know how much longer I can live, so how could I save you? Yi Junqing found it strange that Yao Moen would have such an absurd idea. So for Moen's sake, it's best if Prince can live a bit longer. At the very least, you can't die before Moen. Based on what? Yi Junqing objected. Based on the fact that Moen is the younger sister of the woman you love the most. Yao Moen knew that this was the only reason Yi Junqing could accept without becoming suspicious. Actually, if you didn't do so many things, you wouldn't have to worry about His Majesty chopping off your head. After all, His Majesty dotes on you so much. Yi Junqing didn't refute this. For Moxin's sake, he really couldn't disregard Yao Moen. A beauty is past her prime. Moen will grow old one day. Perhaps His Majesty will find a new concubine before Moen's beauty grows old. Moen should make plans for herself. In this world, if one doesn't do things for themselves, the heavens will destroy them. Moen has never been someone who meekly accepts adversity. Yao Moen stroked Fluffy, her eyes as sharp as an eagle's. You're already His Majesty's concubine. What else can you make plans for yourself? Yi Junqing guessed that he might never be able to understand this woman. Her thoughts were always outside of his expectations. It's not just one of His Majesty's concubines that ran away. Yao Moen withdrew the solemnity in her eyes. Yu Funing and Xie Xin were the best examples. You want to leave the imperial palace. Yi Junqing was surprised by Yao Moen's thoughts. In any case, Moen won't be like Prince, waiting for death to come and be trampled upon. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing didn't reply. He really wanted to tell Yao Moen that he had nothing left to live for, so he didn't care about Yi Hongyi's little tricks. If Yi Hongyi was willing to make plans for him, the world would have changed hands a long time ago. As Yao Moen watched Yi Junqing silently leave, she felt sad. Just one page of her testimony had caused Yi Junqing to bear so much suffering. One day, she would make that Yi Junqing, who had once stood at the top of the world, return to everyone. But what Yao Moen didn't know was that what Yi Junqing cared about was returning to her side. Once Yi Junqing left, Yin Shui appeared. Reporting to Master, this subordinate has searched the entire imperial palace but didn't see a trace of Feng Duo. This subordinate has failed in her duty, said Yin Shui in shame. Didn't find him. Yi Hongyi really put in a lot of effort this time. He definitely wants to support Feng Duo to attack Qi and then form an alliance with Qi to resolve the worries of the Southwest. Unfortunately, Feng Duo is trash that can't be supported. If it weren't for the fact that the old king of Qi and consort Hua had planned so much for him, they would still have failed miserably. How could he possibly compare to Feng Yihan then? Yao Moen sighed as she shook her head. Should this subordinate go search outside the palace again, suggested Yin Shui. There's no need. Yi Hongyi's greatest characteristic is that he wants everything to be under his control, especially when it comes to matters related to the stability of the throne. Just based on this, he definitely wouldn't let Feng Duo leave his sight. That's why this consort is certain that Feng Duo is in the imperial palace. Have you found any suspicious places in the imperial palace? They had been husband and wife for 7 years, so how could she not know Yi Hongyi's temperament? At the time, it was precisely because her own wisdom had exceeded the limits of his control that she had been killed. After Master's reminder, this subordinate feels that there is one place that is suspicious. It's Yi Hongyi's Central Dragon Palace. This subordinate discovered that there is a secret room in Central Dragon Palace with several tens of porcelain furnaces filled with all sorts of rare medicinal ingredients. From the looks of it, it should be used to refine pills. At the time, this subordinate thought that Yi Hongyi wouldn't hide Feng Duo there, so this subordinate took a glance before leaving. This subordinate will go investigate again tonight, guessed Yin Shui based her memory. It can't be there. Refining pills to obtain immortality is an unspeakable secret for sovereigns. Which sovereign would be willing to share their secret recipe for immortality with another person? Yi Hongyi especially wouldn't do that, analyzed Yao Moen calmly. Then where could it be? Yin Shui furrowed her brows, momentarily at a loss. In Changle Palace, exclaimed Yao Moen as she turned to look towards Yin Shui. Hasn't Changle Palace been sealed? This subordinate has overlooked something. Yin Shui looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously, half believing and half doubting. Accompany this consort to Changle Palace tonight. Yao Moen's beautiful eyes flashed as her cherry lips curved into an icy smile. That night, the hazy moonlight sprinkled down like clear frost. Yao Moen walked with light steps towards the garden behind the cold palace. Behind her, Yin Shui looked left and right. She had too many questions in her heart, but she didn't open her mouth to ask. Careful, there's someone. Just as Yao Moen walked to the north side of the garden where there was a pile of bamboo poles, Yin Shui suddenly stepped forward to block Yao Moen's path. When the two of them hid in the darkness, they suddenly saw a man sneakily climb over the palace wall. He walked to the corner, moved the bamboo poles aside, and entered through a secret door behind it. As expected, he's here. Follow him. Yao Moen's eyes were as clear as water, as calm as a lake. When she saw her master walk forward, Yin Shui immediately moved to guard her. Chapter 160. After walking through the secret door, there was a long and narrow corridor. Both sides of the corridor were inlaid with jade-colored luminous pearls that emitted a faint light. It was as if a corner of the night curtain had been lifted and the darkness before them was illuminated. Yin Shui controlled her speed so as to not disturb the man who had gone in earlier. Yao Moen coldly followed behind her. At the time, the reason she had built this secret passage was to secretly contact her trusted aide in Mang Yuan, so she hadn't let Yi Hongyi know about it. She had only wanted to give Yi Hongyi a pleasant surprise when the time was right. Later on, it was because of her cheap mouth that she had told Yi Hongyi about the existence of this secret passage. At this moment, she truly rejoiced that she hadn't told him about Mang Yuan. Otherwise, how would she be able to turn the situation around? Master, that person has entered the Changle Palace. Should we follow him? Yin Shui asked as she watched the man's figure disappear into the secret passage. No need. Yao Moen put away her memories of the past, then abruptly turned and walked to the side of the luminous pearl on the left side of the secret passage. She twirled her fingers a few times and a secret door suddenly appeared in front of her. Yao Moen then walked in without any precaution. Yin Shui naturally followed behind her. Behind the secret door was a stone room. The furnishings were simple. Apart from a stone table and 4 wooden chairs, there were no other decorations. While Yin Shui was inspecting the surroundings to make sure there were no dangers, Yao Moen had already walked over to the wall of Changle Palace. She opened the secret compartment and almost at the same time, a voice came from inside. Subordinate Zhou Gui greets the second prince. Zhou Gui knelt on one knee, his sonorous voice filled with unconcealable exhaustion. He was covered in dust from the journey, and it was obvious that he was exhausted. Get up quickly. What's the current situation in the Qi Kingdom? How are Imperial Father and Imperial Mother? The speaker was the second prince of the state of Qi, Feng Duo, the successor to the throne that the previous king of Qi had taken a fancy to. Your Imperial Highness, the retired emperor is helpless. He is only under house arrest by Feng Yihan, but Consort Hua. Zhou Gui hesitated. Imperial Mother. What did that animal, Feng Yihan, do to Imperial Mother? Feng Duo's handsome face instantly darkened and his hands clenched into fists. My condolences, Your Highness. Feng Yihan lied and said that he found evidence of Consort Hua poisoning the Empress, and 3 days ago, he ordered Consort Hua to be executed. Zhou Gui knelt on the ground and reported sorrowfully, his head hitting the ground. What? His mother was dead. How dare Feng Yihan? I want to kill him. Ha? Seeing that Feng Duo was about to rush into the secret chamber, Zhou Gui grabbed him. Second prince. Revenge is a dish best served cold. If you go out now, you will only pay with your life. If anything happens to you, who will avenge Consort Hua? I believe that Her Highness Hua Fei also knows about this and doesn't want you to lose your life in vain. Zhou Gui tried his best to comfort Feng Duo, his hands desperately hugging Feng Duo. Feng Yihan. Feng Yihan. I will definitely tear you into pieces. After struggling for a while, Feng Duo finally calmed down. Inside the private room, Yao Moan couldn't help but shake her head. This kind of shrewdness wasn't even a tenth of Feng Yihan's. Back then, Feng Yihan had clearly known that his mother had been killed by Consort Hua, but he had still been able to treat Consort Hua respectfully without batting an eyelid. How could Feng Yihan not feel pain in his heart? However, he had been able to endure in front of his enemy and smile. Back then, Feng Yihan was just like her right now. The brighter the smile on his face, the more pain he felt in his heart. Second Prince, the plan to change sides is of utmost importance. When this subordinate returned to Qi this time, I already recorded the number of officials and generals who are willing to follow the Emperor Emeritus and Second Prince. As long as Great Chu is willing to send troops to help Second Prince return to Qi, then we can coordinate with those who support us from the inside and outside. We will definitely be able to overthrow Feng Yihan. Zhou Gui said with certainty. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper filled with names from his sleeve and handed it to Feng Duo. Fortunately, these people aren't ungrateful. With their support, this subordinate believes that Second Prince's ascension to the throne is just around the corner, continued Zhou Gui. This prince has information on these people. Otherwise, do you think they would be willing to take such a risk? As for Yi Hongyi, Feng Duo subconsciously looked around. When he saw that there was no movement, he sat down viciously. Yi Hongyi is just throwing stones at a person when he's down. He actually wanted this prince to agree to take 10 of Qi's cities after we're done. This is practically asking for half of Qi's territory. Every time he thought of the credence that Yi Hongyi had placed in front of him, Feng Duo clenched his teeth in hatred. 10 cities. This King Chu is too sinister. He clearly knows that we can't refuse, yet he actually asked for such an exorbitant price. How did you reply to him? Rebuked Zhou Gui angrily. You already said that we can't refuse, so how could this prince reply to him? Feng Duo abruptly slammed the table, a dark light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Second Prince, just deal with it for now. Once you return to Qi, there will still be changes. Zhou Gui's meaning was to get rid of the donkey after the task was done. Do you think Yi Hongyi is an idiot? The credence clearly stated that after the battle, every time we capture a city, we have to immediately sign an imperial edict. This will continue until all 10 cities have been signed, roared Feng Duo hatefully. King Chu is too black-hearted. Then you still agreed. Zhou Gui looked towards Feng Duo suspiciously. This prince would rather become Yi Hongyi's puppet than let Feng Yihan have an easy time. The credence has already been signed and we've also obtained the list of names. Everything is ready except for the final push. Immediately send a message to the people on the list. In 10 days, this prince will definitely return to the state of Qi and personally execute Feng Yihan in the throne room. Feng Duo spoke ruthlessly. The light in his eyes was like the ice on a 1,000-year-old mountain that would never melt. This subordinate obeys. Zhou Gui immediately turned and retreated into the secret passageway after receiving the decree. Zhou Gui had never expected that his departure would be his final farewell with Feng Duo. When Feng Duo's battered corpse was discovered hanging in front of Changle Palace, the relationship between Qi and Chu fell into an unprecedentedly tense state. Originally, Yi Hongyi killing Feng Duo was only beneficial to Feng Yihan. However, the mistake was that Feng Duo's corpse was treated so rudely. The imperial family naturally had their own way of dying. In the end, Feng Duo was still a prince of Qi. Doing this was undoubtedly a slap to Feng Yihan's face. Secondly, the people of Qi and Chu were all saying that Yi Hongyi had the name list of Qi's traitors in his hands. Furthermore, he had proposed to Qi King to exchange 3 cities for the name list. This caused Yi Hongyi to become a heartless and ungrateful person. Who exactly killed Feng Duo? Shifting the blame to us again. Who was it? Inside a pavilion in the imperial garden, Yi Hongyi abruptly threw the wine pot in his hand and roared through gritted teeth. The splinters stabbed into the back of Azure Dragon's hand. Blood flowed out, but Azure Dragon didn't dare make a sound. He clearly understood His Majesty's current state of mind. After all, not only did Feng Duo's death cause His Majesty to lose control of Qi, it also caused the relationship between Qi and Chu to become irreparable. Most importantly, Feng Duo's death had nothing to do with His Majesty. His Majesty was taking the blame for someone else. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. This subordinate will definitely do his best to find the person who framed your Majesty. Azure Dragon didn't dare guarantee that he would definitely be able to find this person. After all, Feng Duo's death was very strange and there were no clues to be found. We must find this person. We want to tear his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Yi Hongyi was practically howling madly as his eyes flashed with a biting cold light. Yes. Azure Dragon accepted the order and left the pavilion. In the shadows, Yao Moan looked at Yi Hongyi's crazed expression and her lips curved into a cold smile. Feng Duo had died in Changle Palace, so no matter how Yi Hongyi tried to explain, it would only make things worse. Moreover, those who were more observant would think that Feng Duo hadn't been able to satisfy Yi Hongyi's ambitions, which was why he had been silenced by Yi Hongyi. Afterwards, that list of names could be used to bargain with Feng Yihan. No matter what, this was a nightmare for Yi Hongyi. Chapter 161. When she returned to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan was in a great mood. She especially told Tingyu to prepare a sumptuous dinner to reward herself. At this time, Yin Shui had already handed Feng Yihan's reply to Yao Moan. Zhou Gui has already been granted permission to return to his hometown. He especially bestowed with 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 acres of fertile land, Feng Yihan. Yao Moan's eyes lit up as she looked at the letter in her hands. She then handed the letter to Yin Shui. Destroy it. Do you know why Feng Yihan did this? Yao Moan walked leisurely to the side of the table. Her body was as graceful as a swallow and her face was filled with joy. This subordinate doesn't know. Yin Shui truly didn't understand the meaning behind Feng Yihan's letter. Zhou Gui was a remnant of Feng Duo's faction, so it was reasonable for him to be dismissed from court. Why would he be rewarded? Although Yi Hongyi hasn't said anything about Feng Duo dying in Changle Palace, the first person he suspects is Yi Junqing. Now that Zhou Gui is being treated courteously by Feng Yihan, even though it looks like he has been demoted, it's actually a reward. I'm sure that this matter will quickly reach Yi Hongyi's ears. Compared to Yi Junqing, Zhou Gui's motive is more obvious. Also, this consort has sprinkled some chicken blood on the secret passage in Changle Palace, so Yi Junqing doesn't know about it. Yao Moan sat leisurely at the table as she expressed her gratitude towards Feng Yihan's intentional arrangements. Feng Yihan is doing this to return a favor to master? Yin Shui suddenly understood and tightened her grip on the letter. When she unfolded it again, the letter had already turned into fine powder. This consort's favor is that easy to return. Yao Moan lifted her brows. The smile on her lips made Yin Shui suddenly feel pity for Feng Yihan. Based on her understanding of master, if someone owed her a favor, they probably wouldn't be able to repay it without giving half of their family's wealth. Yan Nanxing was the best example. At dinner, Yi Junqing walked into Guan Osprey Palace as usual. He slowly sat down at the table and looked at the table full of food. He couldn't help but sigh. This prince has thought about it for a long time and finally understood one thing. Yi Junqing's expression was grave and his eyes were clear like water. His voice was so heavy that it made one feel like they were visiting a grave. What is it? In response to Yi Junqing's solemn expression, Yao Moen very cooperatively set down the porcelain bowl and looked towards Yi Junqing seriously. This prince has always believed that everything you've done, even if not everything, was mostly for this prince's good. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen, his eyes calm and tranquil. That's the truth. Yao Moen nodded firmly. That's definitely not the case. The reason why you want to protect this king is actually to use this king as a cover to cover up all of your evil deeds. No matter if it's Yi Liu's matter or Feng Duo's matter, as long as this prince is here, no one will ever suspect you. Yi Junqing enunciated each word clearly. There was anger in his tone, but even more disappointment. After what happened with Feng Duo, the first person Yi Junqing thought of was Yao Moen. Perhaps it was because of his understanding of Yao Moen, but he was no longer shocked. She had done countless heaven-defying things like this. In particular, given Yao Moen's relationship with Feng Yihan, she had ample reason to kill Feng Duo. From a certain perspective, Prince's analysis is correct. In truth, there's nothing wrong with this. We're both taking what we need. Also, Prince is living and eating on Moen's territory, so it's only right for Prince to contribute a bit. Yao Moen had never thought of explaining her motives in front of Yi Junqing. Unless it was a critical moment, she really didn't want Yi Junqing to know the cruel truth. This prince is willing to admit that he was gravely mistaken. You killed Feng Duo for Feng Yihan, this prince can understand, but this prince doesn't understand. It's fine if you killed him silently, but why did you have to use Feng Duo's death to sow discord between Great Chu and Qi? Don't tell this prince that you want to challenge Duan again, and don't tell this prince that you did all of this for this prince. When he heard Yao Moen's affirmation, Yi Junqing felt like his heart had been thrown from the clouds into the abyss. He didn't know what to do with this feeling. To be more precise, Moen wanted to sow discord between Yi Hongyi and Feng Yihan. After this incident, there's no chance for them to work together anymore, replied Yao Moen simply. Why? Ever since you entered the palace, everything you've done has either been to destroy Great Chu's cornerstone or to isolate Great Chu's relationship with the neighboring nation. If you didn't mean it, then it's fine, but after this incident, you still dare to say that everything was a coincidence. In the past, Yi Junqing could turn a blind eye or pretend that he didn't know anything and didn't do anything, but this time, Yi Junqing really didn't want to just watch from the sidelines. He really couldn't bear to watch anymore. Everything was just a coincidence. Feng Yihan's feelings for Moen are as deep as the ocean. In the future, Qi might be Moen's final home. So, Moen would definitely not allow Feng Yihan and Yi Hongyi to have any kind of friendly cooperation or contact. Only this way could Moen's path of retreat be safe and sound. Yao Moen made up a reason that even she thought was wild and imaginative. Since you're not stupid, then you should know how much Ma Xin has sacrificed for Great Chu. Now, for the sake of your own path of retreat, you're actually willing to place Great Chu in a precarious situation. How could you be this selfish? Yi Junqing never expected that Yao Moen would be so self-confident when she said this. She didn't feel any guilt or regret at all. Does Prince think that eldest sister is very selfless? From start to finish, eldest sister has never done it for Great Chu, but for Yi Hongyi. If Yi Hongyi wasn't the man she loved the most, would she be in the mood to care about Great Chu being in a precarious situation? What Moen is doing right now is no different from eldest sisters. If eldest sister wasn't selfish, the person sitting on the dragon throne right now would be you. Yao Moen's voice trembled slightly and a trace of pain flashed through her eyes. If it was possible, she really wanted to carve out the name Yao Maxin from Yi Junqing's heart. Even if it meant making him suffer a moment of heart-wrenching pain, it would still be better for Yi Junqing to constantly think about a woman who had never thought about him. This prince is willing. Even if what Yao Moen said was the truth, Yi Junqing still couldn't tolerate someone saying bad things about Yao Maxin in front of him. Willing, these three words confirm that prince is the same as Moen, both selfish people. If it was for the good of Great Chu, then you shouldn't have given up the throne for Yao Moshin back then. You know better than anyone that Yi Hongyi is narrow-minded, gutless, and lacking in charisma. His ascension to the throne will only cause Great Chu to decline. When Prince was helping Yao Moshin, did you ever think that it would cause Great Chu to be in a precarious situation? If you didn't, then what right does Prince have to sit here and make Moan give up her most likely path of retreat for Great Chu? Yao Moan's words were like a morning bell ringing in Yi Juanqing's heart. That's right, even now, he didn't really want to protect Great Chu. He just didn't want to disappoint Moshin. Guan Osprey Palace grew even quieter. Yi Juanqing sat silently next to Yao Moan for a long time before he finally spoke. But Moshin has truly sacrificed too much for Great Chu, it's sacrificed too much for Yi Hongyi. Yao Moan's eyes were icy cold as she corrected him. Alright, let's eat. In this exchange, Yi Juanqing once again tasted the taste of complete defeat. It seemed that he had never won in a battle of words with Yao Moan. Prince doesn't plan on going berserk. Yao Moan suppressed the anger in her eyes and looked towards Yi Juanqing suspiciously. This didn't seem to be his style. Going berserk also requires strength. As Yi Juanqing spoke, he picked up a porcelain bowl. Since he couldn't win in an argument, he should at least try to make a comeback somewhere. When he thought of this, Yi Juanqing suddenly sped up and swept up all of Yao Moan's favorite dishes into his mouth like a whirlwind. When Yao Moan saw Yi Juanqing's expression that looked like he couldn't even leave a plate for her, her lips curved into a faint smile. Chapter 162. That night, the night breeze brushed past and the moonlight was pleasant. Under the soft couch in the inner room of Pure Flower's palace, gorgeous clothes were scattered all over the floor. The pure white embroidered canopy fluttered, outlining the figures inside clearly. On the couch, Yao Sulwan's fair and smooth body swayed like a mermaid. Her beautiful hair transformed into waves as she moved intensely. Her slender waist rose and fell, Yao Sulwan's forehead was drenched with fragrant sweat. The man on top of her had made her willingly become his captive. That feeling of climbing to the clouds caused Yao Sulwan's body to spasm uncontrollably. Yao Sulwan already couldn't remember how many times they had tangled together tonight, but the man still hadn't reached his peak. At this moment, the man suddenly flipped Yao Sulwan's body over and began to move madly. Only when every hair on Yao Sulwan's body was trembling did the man let out a low roar and end this pleasure on the bed. Compared to Yi Hongyi, does this prince's martial arts satisfy consortly? Yi Zixiao's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, his thin lips hooking into a deep smile. That handsome face that wasn't inferior to Yi Hongyi's had an additional mysterious and strange expression, making it hard for others to grasp it. To be able to have fun with Prince Sulwan's life is already complete. Yao Sulwan dragged her exhausted body and leaned into Yi Zixiao's embrace. Her slender fingers circled Yi Zixiao's chest as she praised him coquettishly. From what she remembered, Yi Hongyi had never satisfied her like this before. Let this prince think, how should I repay consortly for such a high evaluation? As Yi Zixiao spoke, his fingers brushed past Yao Sulwan's fair and slender jade legs, his thin lips moving down. He only moved his fingers away when he felt Yao Sulwan's body spasm again. Ah! Prince! Even though Yi Zixiao had stopped moving, Yao Sulwan's body still didn't stop spasming. Consort Li's voice is truly beautiful. This prince can't get enough of it. Yi Zixiao's thin lips curved slightly as a brilliant light flashed through his eyes. Prince Sulwan really can't take it anymore. Sensing the heat in Yi Zixiao's eyes, Yao Sulwan immediately begged for mercy. This is the first time this prince is lying on Consort Li's soft couch in Pure Flower's palace. I naturally have to satisfy Consort Li. As Yi Zixiao spoke, his body pressed even closer to Yao Suwan. Prince, please spare Suwan. Suwan really can't take it anymore. Yao Suwan's face was completely red as she shyly pushed Yi Zixiao away. Actually, this prince wants to know, why does Consort Li dare to invite this prince to Pure Flower's palace? Isn't she afraid that His Majesty will suddenly barge in? Seeing that Yao Suwan was begging for mercy, Yi Zixiao finally returned to the main topic. His Majesty has long since forgotten about Suwan's existence in the inner palace. Now, even if Suwan died alone in Pure Flower's palace, His Majesty wouldn't even bother to take a look. At the mention of Yi Hongyi, Yao Suwan's joyful gaze instantly turned piercingly cold. She had done so much for Yi Hongyi, but in the end, all she got in return was a cup of poisoned wine. Yi Hongyi, it was you who was heartless first, so don't blame Suwan for being unjust. Consort Li is urging this prince to rebel because of this. Yi Zixiao hooked a strand of hair in front of Yao Suwan's chest with interest. His thin lips were slightly pursed as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Of course not. Suwan feels that compared to Yi Hongyi, Prince is more suitable for that dragon throne. Yao Suwan turned to look at Yi Zixiao. This man in front of her was her new hope. Ever since she had laid her cards on the table with Yi Hongyi that day, Yao Suwan knew that as long as Yi Hongyi still sat on that dragon throne, she would never be able to make a comeback. In the imperial family, aside from Yi Junqing, only Yi Zixiao had this kind of strength. As for Yi Junqing, he stayed in Guan Osprey Palace all day, so he probably already knew about Yao Moan's background. Perhaps they had already formed an alliance. The other reason why Yao Suwan didn't choose Yi Junqing was because of Yao Moxin's death. If one day, Yi Junqing found out about the cause of Yao Moxin's death, there was no way he would let it go. So Yi Zixiao became Yao Suwan's first choice. After choosing her target, Yao Suwan began to plan. For a man, a woman's body was the best weapon. This prince doesn't feel that way. Yi Hongyi is indeed not suitable for that dragon throne, but Yi Junqing is fully deserving of it. Furthermore, this prince is only a branch of the imperial family and can't be considered orthodox, so there's no reason for me to covet the throne. Yi Zixiao looked at the woman in his arms leisurely as he retorted indifferently. Orthodox. Whoever had the ability to become the emperor would be the legitimate heir. Back then, if his father had not used some tricks, the current legitimate heir would have been the descendants of King Jing's imperial residence. This matter had already become a secret that everyone in the royal family knew but could not speak of. Could it be that prince is really willing to submit to someone else? Yao Suwan sensed Yi Zixiao's probing and decided to get straight to the point. What if this prince is willing to submit to someone else? Yi Zixiao's hand that was tangled in Yao Suwan's hair gradually tightened. Yao Suwan could even feel the pain of his pull. Then Suwan has eyes but can't see and has misjudged him. Yao Suwan's voice was cold as she prepared to get up, but Yi Zixiao abruptly pulled her back down. This prince will use reality to prove just how accurate Consort Li's foresight is. Yi Zixiao, who had been hit on the nail on the head, suddenly seemed to transform into a beast. His dark eyes shone with a savage and cold light. Suwan has long seen that Prince isn't a person of mediocrity. As long as Prince needs it, Suwan will definitely do my best to help Prince. Once Prince ascends to the throne, don't forget Suwan's kindness. Yao Suwan was overjoyed. If she could climb up a high branch like Yi Zixiao, her future would be bright. The day this prince ascends to the throne will be the day this beauty is named Empress, vowed Yi Zixiao. Suwan doesn't dare to covet the throne of Empress. Everyone knows that Prince and Consort Jing have always loved each other. Suwan only hopes that Prince can leave a place for Suwan in the inner palace. That would already be extremely grateful, murmured Yao Suwan as she shyly burrowed into Yi Zixiao's embrace. Zyro is the beloved daughter of old Imperial Prince Duan's wife. This prince treats her well because of old Imperial Prince Duan's prestige. In the future, when this prince ascends to the throne, who else would I need to fear? The meaning behind Yi Zixiao's words was very clear. Then Sulwan won't refuse Prince's kind intentions. Yao Sulwan's face immediately lit up when she received Yi Zixiao's promise. This prince naturally has this intention, but whether or not this will succeed will still depend on this beauty's help. Right now, there's nothing major happening in court, so we can't find a suitable opportunity to act, right? Asked Yi Zixiao seriously with a frown. If there's no opportunity, then we need to create one. Yi Juanqing's achievements in the Battle of Guiyang have been outstanding and his name has spread far and wide. Yi Hongyi definitely won't let him get away with this. In reality, Yi Hongyi has wanted Yi Juanqing dead for quite some time now. Anyone with a discerning eye can see this. Yao Sulwan leaned into Yi Zixiao's embrace as a light flashed through her eyes. Yi Juanqing's death will definitely cause the dissatisfaction of the generals in court. As long as this prince can grasp this opportunity and lead the generals to oppose Yi Hongyi, I'll definitely be able to win over the hearts of the people. At that time, Yi Juanqing will be dead and Yi Hongyi will lose the hearts of the people, so this prince will naturally inherit the throne. However, this prince doesn't have the ability to take Yi Juanqing's life, said Yi Zixiao in a low voice. Chapter 163. How could Yi Zixiao not know that this was a great opportunity? He had tried many methods to kill Yi Juanqing, but none of them had succeeded. Whether it was assassination or poison, Yi Juanqing had neutralized all of them. Yi Zixiao even suspected that Yi Juanqing had long since seen through his plan, which was why he had stopped his little tricks in order to avoid alerting the enemy. There's no need for Prince to do anything. Sulwan naturally has a way to consign Yi Juanqing to eternal damnation. Prince only needs to send enough people to Sulwan. Ever since the incident with Yi Liu, Ao Sulwan knew that Yao Moan definitely had people secretly helping her. Compared to Yao Moan, her own power was far too weak. No problem, Ling Yun. Yi Zixiao gave the order and a black figure suddenly appeared in front of Yao Sulwan. Yao Sulwan hadn't expected that someone would appear, so she immediately covered herself with a brocade blanket. This subordinate Ling Yun kowtows in salute to master. The man in front of her was dressed in black and was standing respectfully in front of the brocade couch. His voice was loud and his expression was cold to the point where it made people shiver. Prince. Yao Sulwan raised her beautiful eyes and looked towards Yi Zixiao suspiciously. From now on, Ling Yun will listen to your orders, said Yi Zixiao firmly with a sharp gaze. He's the person Prince is giving to Sulwan. Yao Sulwan turned to look towards Ling Yun, her voice filled with unconcealable disappointment and bitterness. Beauty, don't look down on Ling Yun. He's a hidden guard that this prince had begged for a long time. One Ling Yun is a match for over 100 imperial guards. If it wasn't for the heaven-defying plan, how could Yi Zixiao bear to give the hidden guard he was most proud of to Yao Sulwan? Don't worry Prince, Sulwan definitely won't disappoint Prince. Ling Yun, withdraw, ordered Yao Sulwan. By the time she finished speaking, Ling Yun had already disappeared without a trace. In the next few days, Yao Sulwan finally discovered how outstanding Ling Yun was. With Ling Yun's help, she became even more unbridled in her actions. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan was looking at the bill that Ben Lei had sent over when Ting Yu rushed in from outside. Nyang Nyang, when this servant returned from the imperial kitchen, this servant saw many people surrounding Changle Palace. Thus, out of curiosity, this servant followed them and saw that there were 3 corpses hanging outside Changle Palace. Although the corpses were so rotten that it was impossible to identify who they were, there were letters pasted on each of the corpses. It said Nurse Sun, Eunuch Zheng, and Yuner. Tingyu reported what she had seen. Who? Who do you think it is? Her heart felt like it was being fiercely clenched by someone, yet it also felt like it was being tightly wrapped by wildly growing vines. The sudden suffocation and bone-piercing pain attacked every nerve in her body. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced them back. It's Nanny's son, Enchanting, and Yun-er. When Tingyu was at Prime Minister Yao's Fu, she knew that these three people were eldest Mrs. most trusted aides. Originally, she thought that they were really like what was recorded in the diary and returned to their respective homes. She did not expect that this would be the result. Speechless, Yao Moen's hands trembled as she held the account book. She could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. Nyang Nyang. Are you all right? Tingyu saw that Yao Moen's expression was abnormal and immediately went up to support her. However, Yao Moen pushed her away in the next second. Put away the account book properly. Yao Moen threw the account book to Tingyu, then strode out of Guan Osprey Palace. On the way, Yao Moen's tears rolled down like pearls from a broken necklace. The warm memories from that time flashed through her mind again and again. Changle Palace was right in front of her eyes, but Yao Moen fell to the ground without any warning. She was so impatient that she lost her footing and tripped over a tree branch. Her palms and arms rubbed against the ground, causing fine beads of blood to seep out. Nanny's son. Enchanting. Yun-er. I'm sorry, it's Ben Gong that implicated you too. Yao Moen choked with sobs as her tears flowed freely. She ignored the pain in her palms and fiercely pounded the ground, venting the extreme hatred she had been suppressing in her heart. Her body was trembling from anger and her expression was malevolent from ruthlessness. At this moment, Yao Moen was like the king of Hades in hell, as if she wanted to use her full fury to overturn this imperial palace. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Moen finally stopped her almost self-harming actions. Her clear and cold eyes looked towards Changle Palace in front of her. Her heart suddenly became calm. At this moment, Yao Moen's heart didn't have any anger, didn't have any hostility, didn't have any urge to grind Yi Hongyi's bones to dust, there was only a world-destroying hatred. This hatred caused her to gradually calm down and her tightly knitted brows to calm down. Yao Moen slowly got up. When her pitch-black eyes looked in the direction of Changle Palace, they became as cold as the sky and earth. Several dozen palace maids and eunuchs stood outside Changle Palace, pointing and whispering from time to time. Yao Moen dragged her heavy steps and walked out of the crowd with difficulty. She did her best to make her expression look only sorrowful and fearful. Outside the palace gates, 3 corpses were hung by hemp ropes. The corpses were rotten and smelly. Especially in midsummer, the smell permeated the surroundings of Changle Palace, causing people to cover their noses and mouths. Seeing Nanny's son and the others' corpses being hung mercilessly there, Yao Moen gritted her teeth and endured the heart-wrenching pain. They had already died unjustly, yet they still had to bear the humiliation of having their corpses exposed. What exactly had they done wrong? Why did they have to suffer like this? That's why it's said that even if you're a servant, you have to choose the right master. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know why you died. Mingyua, don't you think Ben Gong is right? A feminine voice came from behind Yao Moen. When Yao Moen heard this, she turned around and saw that Yao Sulwan was looking at her with a disdainful expression. You did this. Although her tone was questioning, Yao Moen had already determined that the instigator of this matter was the one who had dealt with her. That day, the matter of how she had been dealt with had been extremely secretive. Everyone who knew had already disappeared, leaving only Yi Hongyi and Yao Sulwan. Yi Hongyi definitely wouldn't expose his own scandal, so the only one left was Yao Sulwan. Do you have proof? Yao Sulwan looked at Yao Moen coldly, her cherry lips hooking into an undisguised arrogant smile. How did they die? Yao Moan's words were as cold as ice. Ever since she entered the cold palace and died, she had never been able to see Nanny's son and the others again. Ben Gong had thought that you knew everything. So it turns out that there are still things in this world that you don't know. But since you're so eager, Ben Gong isn't afraid to tell you that their deaths weren't just a normal kind of miserable. The most pitiful thing was that even until the moment they breathed their last, they still didn't understand why they had lost their lives. Yao Sulwan smiled coldly as she looked towards Yao Moan, her sinister eyes flickering with wanton coldness. Now that she had Ling Yun's help, Yao Sulwan felt that she could do whatever she wanted in the inner palace. So you personally watched as they were killed? Yao Moan's low voice rang out like a funeral bell. When Yao Sulwan saw Yao Moan's ferocious gaze, she instinctively wanted to retreat, but when she remembered that Ling Yun was secretly protecting her, Yao Sulwan suddenly met Yao Moan's gaze. Yao Moan, up to this point, Ben Gong has nothing to hide from you. That's right, Ben Gong not only saw it with my own eyes, I even personally led people to do it. However, this wasn't Ben Gong's idea, it was His Majesty. It was His Majesty who couldn't tolerate Yao Moxin, that's why he sent a secret edict to get rid of her and also kill these servants to silence them. His Majesty is the one who started all of this. Yao Sulwan moved in front of Yao Moan, her cherry lips brushing past Yao Moan's ears as she spoke in a cold voice. You're not afraid that Moan will tell His Majesty about this? Yao Moan's long eyelashes curled up slightly. Her eyes, which were covered by those eyelashes, emitted an extremely cold aura. Her jade hands were clenched into fists inside her sleeves and her nails were already digging into her flesh, but Yao Moan didn't feel any pain. Ben Gong doesn't dare to say for others, but you won't. Don't forget, you're Yao Moxin's younger sister. Even if you're an idiot in front of His Majesty, you can't change this fact. If you question Yao Moxin's death, His Majesty will question your intelligence. Perhaps it was because she'd been too shocked back then that Yao Sulwan hadn't thought of this. If second older sister wants to continue playing, then Moan has no reason not to accompany you. However, Moan wants to remind second older sister that if this matter hadn't happened, perhaps your death would have been a bit easier. Now, Moan has changed her mind. For you, death is a form of release. Moan won't let you release yourself so quickly. Yao Moan's lips suddenly curved into a smile. That smile was as bright and beautiful as the spring sun, but it made one smell the scent of death. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.